Alrighty. Lost. I see you there. Causing trouble. Alright. Gotta do the swamp. And then I guess Midir before Gale, which makes me sad because Midir kind of deserves to be last. But I think to get the slab and all that stuff, you gotta do Midir first, so. Let's see. So the swamp is here. Hey, Frenzy Chaos. Wait a minute. Frenzy Chaos has been watching me for a while. Were you named that before Elden Ring? I'm pretty sure you were. I graduated from Uni last week. Grats. What are you into now? Or are you just chilling? Bloodborne VODs. Oh, God. Can we have Bloodborne on PC now? I would like to, actually finish that game and have a more... Because the thing is, I hated the frame rate so much that, like, it super distracted from everything else, and I don't even know what my fucking opinion on that game is. Like, I can give you a pretty in-depth opinion about everything Souls-related except for that. Planning to apply for grad school next. Well, best of luck. These guys will, like, lead you to big guys fucking with you. Oh, we gotta fight the invader guy. Man, you're gonna partake in death. Okay, that's a different guy interjecting some bullshit right there. He can partake in death too. Get out of here. That dumb voice. I was reading Beto's message, almost died. I've been watching you since I was in 8th grade? Oh, no. Oh, you're making me feel so old right now. Jesus Christ. Exactly. I love it. Fucking... Look at this guy. You know what? You don't get to be a Night Rain. Speaking of Night Rain, I played some on PS5 the other day, and I realized there's like a history function, right? You can look through your past games if you won or lost, how far you made it, what items you had, and you can favorite runs, and it keep track of the last 100 runs, right? So I was looking at my PC data and my PS5 data, and I can see very clearly that the PS5 player base is a lot worse than the PC one. It's not close, and I have a lot of data to support that. And then ever since then, I started playing more to kind of test this theory, and it is holding up very well. So I played on PC a bit, with pugs, right? Won every run, was fine. Went to PS5, holy shit! And then like, I've had to carry so much on PS5. We're like, you'll get like a duo where you can tell they're playing together because like you'll ping something smart, one of them will ping something stupid, and then the third player will just go with the stupid person no matter what every time, and you can just tell by the way they act and everything that they're a duo queue, and they're just dumb as fuck and like dying all of the time. I had 3 runs in a row on PS5 where the other 2 just did incredibly stupid shit and died a bunch. I got as much done as I could on my own and did pretty well. By the end of it, I'm higher level than they are by a pretty substantial amount, and I had to carry the fuck out of the boss. We're like, they're both dead, 3 bars, you res them by great effort, and then they die again, and you have to solo the boss. I kid you not, that happened 3 times in a row. Just fucking insane, dude. Makes you a lot better at the game, though. Getting some real practice. No crossplay life. I know, I hate it. I want crossplay so bad. I think they really messed up with that one. And I know Sony makes it hard. Like, Sony's normally the reason why. That actually stun locked me, by the way. Sony's normally the reason it's not happening. It's normally not Microsoft, so. Like, they'd let it happen sometimes, but. And like, Sony is a, like, 11% shareholder in FromSoft or something like that. Or in Katakawa, who's their owner. How many of them were Duchess? 1. That's another thing, because like Lost was saying I was incorrect about Duchess being so rare. No, I looked through, you know, so many games on both PC and PS5, and there was only 1 Duchess the entire time. It was like 200 games, and there was 1 Duchess. And then recently there's been 1 more. I have played with Duchess, I think 2 or 3 times, ever, literally ever. Like, it's fucking crazy. Also, they're normally bad. Like, one of those 3 runs that I did in a row that I was just saying about, it had a Duchess in it, one of the few I've ever seen, and they were so stupid. They were, like, using a bow and a caster thing, and they were just fighting at range the entire time, and still dying constantly, and doing no damage. It was kind of a catastrophe. I see so many executors. Yep, 100%. 100%. And most of them are trying to parry when they shouldn't. You only really... And I get it, it sucks. You want to play Sekiro, but like, he just doesn't really work that way. You kind of just parry the things that you need to parry, and you need to play regular Elden Ring the rest of the time. Which is dumb, don't get me wrong. They should not have done it that way. And thank you for the 46 months, by the way. It's a really long time. But yeah, I think Executor is probably the most played. But Iron Eye is really up there. Iron Eye is really only up there, though, because he's so easy to play and he's OP. Because when the game first came out, he wasn't played that much, and as the word got out, he gets played more and more. And like, it's just, dude, it's obvious. I've played enough Night Rain to just see it clear as day that most, not all of course, but most Iron Eyes are awful at the game. I mean, they're relying so hard on the fact that like with Gaping Maw, right, the big grab attack, because you're at range, it's much easier to dodge that grab, because you can just like wait. And the guy has to travel all the way to you, so it's really easy to see the timing. And if you're ever like in a bad spot, you can just click the skill, and it's a total get out of jail for free card. Yeah, honestly, Lost, you should try PS5 if you have one, because yeah, it's an experience. Especially when you do like the first boss and the last boss. Holy shit. As time goes on, though, it gets better. Like, it definitely gets better. Because, like, the newbies quit and stuff. Okay, I think I got everything. I think we can move on. There's even acquaintance of mine that I know that even admitted, he's like, yeah, I play on Iron Eye because I'm bad. So it's like, yep, fair enough. But yeah, Iron Eye and Executor are definitely the most played. And then... Recluse and Revenant are played a good amount. Like, Wilder is up there too. Well, those are all kind of equal, I would say. Revenant's probably ahead a bit. Like, I do see Revenants quite often. But yeah, Recluse and Wilder are played plenty. Yeah, Wilder's not rare by any means. I would say Revenant, Recluse, Wilder, they're about equal, from what I've seen. Yeah, it's not even close though. Like, again, I looked through the game history, and it is, Duchess is by far the rarest. I think it's because her health is low, and then she mostly needs to melee. And I just keep seeing people, by the way, like, no matter how much people talk about this shit, people always say, oh no, Duchess is fine, she's supposed to be a hybrid between melee and caster. Like that means something, right? Like that's somehow going to make her not bad. Like, first off, the whole hybrid caster thing, that's bullshit. Because your optimal damage is either going to be hitting the thing with your melee weapon, because it's like got the best scaling and you got like the Black Knife or something, or it's going to be the caster tool because you got like the shotgun spell or whatever. It's not like you don't get some special thing like, okay, you melee 3 times and then your next spell casted does 20% more damage. There's nothing like that. Right? You're either better off meleeing or you're better off casting. There is no hybrid here, right? Like, I actually think Duchess's design is really bad because of that. And then even if you do get a spellcasting tool that outdamages your melee tool, one, that's not really fun, because if you're gonna just do that, then why didn't you just play Recluse? And also, she doesn't have a good way of regenerating FP, so then you just run out of FP and then you just go back to doing melee, which that's not really being a hybrid. Like, I hear that argument all the time, that like, oh, her ult's good for rezzing people. I don't know, you're playing her wrong. She's supposed to be a hybrid. Look, I've played Duchess plenty, and I've used casting stuff on her plenty. It's just bullshit. It does not make her any better. It changes absolutely nothing. Most of the time, again, you either just get a casting tool that's better than your melee, or a melee tool that's better than your casting, and there's no reason to do both. I have no idea how people are so fucking illogical about this stuff. And I'll say this, no character in Night Rain is terrible, right? Like, none of them are terrible. Like, all of them are good enough to do well and perform, right? Like I have carried like an absolute champion on Duchess, right? But it's also just lying to act like Duchess is on par with like Wilder and Iron Eye and shit like that. Like, it's just delusional, right? Like, that's not logical. That's not real. Like, if I was gonna like do a tier list, no one would be in C tier, right? Because no one is that bad. But I think it's kind of obvious Duchess is the worst, and people that think she's not are just delusional. And like, they just conflate the fact that she's not actual garbage, right? Like, because she's good enough. They conflate that with, oh, that means she's good, right? And she's just as good as anyone else. Like, no. But anyway, I think the main reason she's not played, though, isn't so much that she's meh. It's that she's very punishing if you're bad, right? Like, you die. You take a lot of damage. And like, her dodge is great because you can attack out of it so quickly, right? It's very useful. It's such a useful tool. But a lot of people aren't like good enough to take advantage of that, so it doesn't even matter, right? They still like struggle to know like when to attack. Okay, there's clearly a second one of these guys. Gonna make this very difficult. Okay, when is my turn though? What is this, Elden Ring? Okay, this is toxic as fuck. I would say like double praying. Of course you didn't kick. I gotta wait for the other guy to whiff. I love how he's just not casting because he's just waiting for me to attack. Look at that. The millisecond I click the attack button. Okay, you little shit. Oh, good. Oh, there's another one. What is this, PvP? You kill the Phantom and then a fucking blue joins. And then the blue has no idea what you've gone through and is just like the worst. Ooh, I wish I had a spell that was just like combustion right now. You fuck. Also, why do they get a heal that does damage? Why is it still doing damage? Like, can I have that? Are you done? Nope. I'm so glad I had that. That got counter hit damage when I didn't attack. I was falling. That got like 3 hits of counter attack damage when it's just gravity. Holy fuck, that was toxic. I don't even remember what I was talking about. I just really hate these guys now. I hate when they do it like when you've swung like that, because then you don't really have time to kick. Okay, come on. There you go. Wait a minute. I want to test something. Oh my god. Stance is actually goated. Yeah, that's like the anti-block move I just did there, and yeah, holy shit, that works. I wish I had realized that sooner. Dude, longswords are so cracked. Patches was right about clerics. True! Bloody Swamp Man. I kind of wish I could do that encounter again. You get like really optimal with your timing on kick, you could probably do it a lot smoother than that. Straight swords are just so broken. It's ridiculous, dude. I like how when I started invading, having not invaded in quite a while, I just murdered everyone because straight sword is busted. I can't imagine, I truly cannot imagine invading like that and like just straight swording on people like that and then actually thinking you're good. Right? Like, I was not good. Like, oh man, sometimes I swung twice and then delayed it and then took a step forward and then swung again. Oh, such elite tech. I'm so clever. Actually, a lot of this game is not gray. A lot of it's yellow, honestly. This area is pretty gray, but like Undead Settlement and all that, they go pretty heavy on the yellow lighting. I feel like he's just gonna be aggro later, so fuck him. Okay, it's gonna be mad. I don't care. I bet you if you go in there and get the loot, they all aggro and just murder you. I know this fucking game, dude. Nah, it's quite dark. But I love that last line from Patches. A happy dark soul to you. It's amazing. At this point, like what you've done, get here, like the more humanity you have, right, the more of the Dark Soul you've put back together. You probably have so much of the Dark Soul inside of you at this point, which is why Gale is trying to kill you. Although it's really heavily implied that like Gale kind of on this path kind of knew he'd go crazy, and was kind of hoping you would defeat him, and then take the because his blood was like used for like his half of the Dark Soul that he's got, or you know a third or however much he has. Not really clear. But anyway, you know, and his blood like you know, makes it good, like, pigment for the painting. Funnily enough, you do not, and this is definitely a Miyazaki kind of thing to do, you do not have to give the, Gale fragment to Painter Lady. You do not have to do that. You can just keep it. So if you wanted to, you could have, like, all the humanity, you know, you've gained from murdering everything that moves, and you could get all the stuff from Gale, and then you could do the ending where you're gonna have the Firekeeper absorb the fire and like snuff it out, but then you kill her and you take it from her. So then you could have like whatever's left of the first flame, and then pretty much, you know, most of the Dark Soul. Be pretty ridiculous. Everything is mine. Yep. Feeling an ambush coming on here. I guess these guys got their asses whooped by the Dragon Slayer armor. Alright, let's fucking go. No weird butterfly to mess up the camera. Oh, I forgot about that. Oh boy, I rolled a little soon there. Okay, this could be going better. If you roll to that side, you're pretty safe, I think. And this guy's really fun, though. It's very classic. It kind of reminds me of Penetrator. It's like Penetrator, but evolved. But this is kind of like just the classic gameplay. And the only thing I don't like is some of his shield attacks are kind of just so fast, like follow-ups, that you kind of just have to memorize that shit. Like, that's kind of ridiculous. Damn, he looks cool, though. Like, I wish we looked half that awesome in his armor. You look like such a dork when you wear his armor. That's so, like, the wind up and then just all of a sudden it's in your face. It's like the one move I really don't like from him. I think that what they're trying to do is get you to not just stand right in front of him when he's not attacking, which, I mean, that's kind of fair enough, but... yeah, I do think that's why that move exists. It's not like it kills you or like wombo combos you into a 30-hit thing like Elden Ring or anything like that, but still, I just don't really like that kind of design. Everything else good though, and you can just, you know, not stand in front of him and then you won't be as big of a deal. It's definitely why that exists. I do feel like this guy needs, like... so when he does, like, that big crazy slam where he raises the axe over his head and slams it down, that move needs to do, like, more. That needs to be, like, the kind of, like, big thing you got to deal with every once in a while and kind of figure out. But it's so simple how you deal with that. That's, like, the one thing this boss is missing, I feel. I think Night Rain did a great job with that. Like, bosses have, like, a move you really need to figure out. Really cool armor set. Honestly, I just love Night Rain's design. I realized this very recently, like just playing it the other day. I figured out like so many things about the bosses from not having to look it up online, not having to do like bullshit trial and error, but literally just looking at the animation logically. I figured out like so much stuff that made like, and I love that. That's what I like. I like when you can apply like your brain in a logical way and get paid for it, not just, oh, I just tried this timing and that timing and that timing, oh, now it works, right? That's stupid. Like the super move from the final boss, right, where he splits the sky and like tears a dimension and then slams down. I realized that nothing really happens when he slams down. You can see that it creates all these like cracks in the earth, and then those blow up, and that's what's hitting you, right? It's just purely, and you can just purely see that by just paying attention. And so, like, everyone and their mother just rolls too soon, right? They roll the second he slams into the ground, but you need to just wait for the explosion, which is telegraphed, like, totally fairly. And then when he does the super move without tearing the sky, like, mid-combo, then he does just slam into the ground and make an explosion. And that one you dodge right as he slams into the ground. And then, like, the bug guy, right, when they fuse and they go Tokyo Drift, Tokyo no drift, actually, that's the thing, they can't drift. Because I realized their turning is bad, right? When they do the super attack where someone gets targeted, like it's the taunt thing, and they start like initial D'ing you with the lasers everywhere. If you kind of like if you go towards them, right, instead of away from them, and you dodge diagonally at them, their turn is like fucked, right? Because like their handling's not very good, and so then their next like pass at you is garbage. And you're like super safe, and like you can intuit that just from looking at it, right? You can see that their turning isn't very good. And it's like you kind of deal with that how you deal with waterfowl, except it's just infinitely better communicated. And the problem with waterfowl is like where you need to stand, there's just no reason for you to think that's where you should be standing and which way you should be dodging and stuff. It's just something that you kind of have to trial and error the fuck out of, or see someone else do it. Let's show off that armor. You know why this guy is here? I would presume it's just like, you know, because Gwyn's forces had a presence here, you know, at one time, and, you know, I mean, still kind of do. And, you know, those Dragon Slayer guys were just part of Gwyn's forces. So I'm guessing, you know, he was here just like any of the other Gwyn stuff. Or he was sent here, you know, after the fact. And unlike a lot of these people that have, you know, fallen to the swamp, and like, you know, these guys, if you read their armor description, it says, you know, they, you know, fell and got bloated by the sludge and everything. He clearly was, you know, strong enough to resist it and wasn't, he's a Chad is what I'm getting at, right? And he was able to survive. But, you know, those Dragon Slayers from, like, you know, back in the day, presumably under Ornstein or something like that. But, you know, this place was pretty, indoctrinated by Gwyn stuff, so... But they don't really tell you anything too specific about like this one versus, you know, any of the other ones. Yeah, ancient Dragon Slayer armor. So it's, you know, back in the day. The armor defeated by the champion of Ash and Loth. Oh wow, this one is literally the one defeated. This is the one you beat in Lothric. Was left ages to rust until it slipped into an abyssal swamp where it was possessed once again by the memory of the hunt. That's interesting. I didn't realize that this one is literally the one you fought. Yeah, I guess the other one's a different color. I'll go check if you can buy the other armor set and see what it says. But yeah, literally this is the one you beat. And then, you know, because this is like, you know, in the future, you know, I guess it just, you know, wound up here over the ages. Like maybe it floated in a river and, you know, fell down a ravine and just eventually ended up here. But interesting to note what it says there is it, you know, it's like I said, it did not fall to the swamp, right? It's not being possessed by the dark. It's not taken over by the deep or anything like that. It's ancient, you know, imprint of hunting dragons is what's keeping it going, just like before. Yeah, clearly nothing in the swamp wants to fuck with them. So, but yeah, we'll go check. I think there's the other Dragon Slayer armor maybe, and you can read the item description of his weapon and stuff. So I'll check that. Yeah, now that I read that, I think I have read that before in the past. It's been so long I didn't remember. Can I fight just one of you? You think the other guy would notice? Man, I tried to parry there. If you dodge that first one, you may not have time. Parry the second. I don't know, maybe if you dodge a little earlier, maybe you could. Also, I want to say that parrying, like bucklers, parry comes out sooner. I think I would have parried that, but he actually missed because of the way the floor is. Yeah, I imagine you in particular, it wants to whoop, but, you know, the hunt it's referring to is the hunt of the dragon. And you can infer that from the other items related to him. Okay, that's enough of you guys. This is a great spot to farm their gear, though. Chat, do they just drop the weapons? I can't remember, because their weapons are pretty sick, honestly. It's a shame that they are kind of hard to get, because I'd love to just play through the game with their equipment. Like, their spear and sword are super fun. Hard to know if it knows about Midir being here or not. Probably does. Go check the other Dragon Slayer stuff here. Yeah, I was kind of just thinking it's, you know, dragon stuff was awakened regardless, but it could be because of Midir. I never really thought of that.
Ah.
So was his armor set just not obtainable originally?
Ashen.
I know you could get the axe. Yeah, I guess you just couldn't get it. That's probably why he's there, is they were like, whoops. There we go. I swear there's another item related to him. Maybe his the soul itself. Melted iron great axe was once formed part of the Dragon Slayer armor. Thickly imbued with the power of lightning. Use this skill to draw upon the techniques used to slay the ancient or the arch dragons. Okay, that doesn't tell you a whole lot. It just tells you he's old as fuck if we're dealing with arch dragons. Does he not have a soul? I know there's another item or two related to him. Oh, here they are. My brain did not see any of these items. I was just not picking up on it. Soul of the Dragon Slayer armor. One of the twisted souls steeped in strength. Use it to acquire many souls, blah, blah, blah. The Dragon Slayer armor controlled by the Pilgrim Butterfly lost its master long ago, but still remembered just their sporting hunts. Which, again, because it's Dragon Slayer armor and what the axe says, the hunts are definitely referring to, referring to the dragons, like, way back in the day. I would imagine these, like, Dragon Slayers were under Orenstein. Definitely seems that way. Because their armor's kind of similar to his, and he's a Dragon Slayer, so... So, there's a Carrion Prince in Elden Ring Night Rain. His body was, like, used as a host for the Night Lord. And, the first boss in the game, the doggo, was his dog. And basically that dog was, like, kind of a freak that was, you know, like a Cerberus born with 3 heads. And the rest of the pack, like, kicked him out, like, fuck you. But he was really competent and strong, so his lone wolf mode, he was able to survive. And then he went to, like, attack this Carrion Prince, but the Carrion Prince was like, good doggo. And, so he was, like, became super loyal, to this prince, and that's where he got the sword from. And now that the Night Lord's using, like, this prince's body, the dog is still, like, loyal to it and trying to defend it. Which is kind of sad, honestly. Yeah, the other dogs were mean to him. Alright, I think it's about time we fight Midir. Grab this loot here. Civ 3. Yeah, there are some crazy parallels. I think it's because the guy that made Night Rain worked on the Dark Souls games. But holy fuck, there's some crazy parallels. Like, Gaping Maw is a Drake of, like, one of Bale's kin, right? From, like, back in the day. But he was, like, super greedy and ate everything, and it makes him puke and stuff because he's, like, eating so much nonsense. And, you know, that obvious parallels with Gaping Dragon. I actually think that's why they put Gaping Dragon in the game. And then the Centaur guy has a lot of parallels to Udix Gundyr, like, big time. There's a lot of that stuff. You do these guys a favor by getting Midir out of here, and they pay you back by trying to kill you. Yeah, I think that's all the loot. The loot's kind of garbage here, honestly. Another tall kid contender. I love that line, dude. Motherfucker. Could just teleport, but we're this far in. Besides, I'm just scanning in case I missed any loot. Thank you, Patches. Yeah, am I supposed to go that way or no? I think we're good. Sure know how to design this place to be confusing. Yeah, Pouches outlived pretty much everybody, and all the endings, you know, like I said, are not the end of the world. That's the thing about Dark Souls 3, is it's not really the end of anything. For some reason, people kind of conflate the state of the world at the end of the game and act like that's it, it's over. But, like, every single ending results in things being renewed in one way or another. And so presumably Patches gets to live on into whatever is next. So, you know, be it if you do the Londor ending or the get rid of the fire ending and all that. So many fucking endings in this. Some people think Elden Ring came next, which is possible. There's not a lot to really back that up, but it is possible Elden Ring is loosely connected to Dark Souls. But yeah, if so, Patches made it all the way into that. Yeah, Dark Souls and Elden Ring are the only universes that might be connected. The rest of them absolutely are not. And they really can't be because of IP rights. Oh yeah, we already did all this. But apparently I didn't loot that. I will fight him again. This guy should have extra HP in my opinion. Whoop! Love the sound effects. I've actually really noticed that this playthrough, that the sound effects of Dark Souls 3 are actually just excellent. Like, the sword slams of Lorien, like, that's so awesome. Like, the sound design really is on point here. And actually, Night Rain's got really good sound design. Like, when you have the Hovel skin on Raider, you get, like, this really rocky, clunky sound when you move around and roll and run and everything. And you've got, like, Caligo the Dragon. Like, holy hell, the sound design in that part is so good. Like, how the roars and ice kind of mix with the music and stuff. Like, it's so good. Okay, we should just teleport now. Oh, wait a minute. We gotta do Madeira. Right? Fuck, I'm going the wrong way. Excuse me. Okay, I'll just go to the shortcut. Let's see. This one. Yeah, I tell you, it's like a From Software sandwich. You've got Dark Souls 3, which was good, and then Elden Ring came out, not so good, and then Night Rain came out, good again. And it's funny because a lot of people hate Night Rain, but like, oh my god, I like it so much more than Elden Ring. It's not even fucking close. God, if Night Rain had the budget of Elden Ring... That's the one issue Night Rain has. I just want more of it. I want more nodes that can spawn, more maps, more end bosses, which some of those things are coming, so we'll see. Yeah, I know, some of the attacks are copy-pasted from Madeira and Elden Ring, but they're used really poorly. The whole reason dragons are so bad in Elden Ring is because they have so many attacks that are like delayed, then fire off like a laser, and you can't stand in front of them. Like, Madeira is designed for you to stand in front of him, which makes the camera nice and clear and makes his attacks fun to deal with. Where in Elden Ring, most dragons, if you stand in front of them, you are just guaranteed to get hit by their breath. Because, like, there's no way to dodge them a lot of the time. I probably should have taken off these blue flasks for this fight. We're not going to need them, I don't think. You know, I could put that in my offhand. Also, I like the way Night Rain, you can just pick an item up and move it. That's really nice. Elden Ring does have good things going for it. The build customization is better than it's ever been. Like that, and it doesn't have my favorite soundtrack. Like, I like it, and the main theme's great. But I do think Dark Souls 3, 2, and 1, and Night Rain, I think all have better soundtracks than Elden Ring. Night Rain's soundtrack is honestly just incredible. Alright, Madeira. I don't know why I didn't cast Sacred Oath. Look, a fire attack you can actually dodge. Okay, I kind of deserve that. That's a little fast, but you know. Uh-oh. It has been a minute. This was Elden Ring, that you definitely wouldn't be able to dodge that. They would just make it the flame linger. That's the only move I'm not really liking. That is just way too fast to be reasonable. Oh. That spot. I'm actually gonna reset though, because I've just done so many things that wrong. Like I need to cast Sacred Oath, and I need to get rid of the blue flasks. I'm never gonna use them. 1 minute, my dear. Why can't you do this at the bonfire? Pretty sure this came out before Shin Godzilla though, didn't it?
What?
Keep one. Yeah, I fucking Bale, dude. It's so annoying. I mean, Bale is better though than a lot of the other dragons. Like he's harder, but he's better because like it's a little bit more like reasonable to dodge and like telegraphing and all that. But it's not good. Like Bale's still stuck. Like Caligo and Night Rain is probably the weakest new boss. But I still love them just because the visuals and sound are just so good. Like, holy fuck. Yeah, Bale is way too particle effect heavy, for sure. I'd probably have time to drop down then cast it. Imagine you just die here. Alright. And a lot of like cheap bullshit from regular game Elden Ring bosses are dealt with by the super sprint. Like Night Rain is just goated as fuck, man. Like a stall is so much more fun to fight now that you don't have to stand far away from him while super safe because of his stupid waves of darkness. Because now you can just super sprint and get out of there in time. You have to react somewhat quickly, but like it's pretty fair. Woo! Damn it. Boy, he's really on about the fire right now. He's got a lot of cool melee attacks. I forgot to change my rings. Well, not a good time. Woo! Fuck, I don't have it. Angie boy! Don't know why I did that. Dodged too soon. Really messing up these melee attacks. Fuck. Okay, the camera was kind of fucked on that one. Oh, he freaking out. Yeah, that's some Osiris shit right there. Not quite as bad, but... Woo! There is a tell on that, actually, unlike Osiris's. It's just easy to not notice it. I saw it right there. Like, before he does it, he kind of postures. I mean, the first time it does it, it's bullshit, but... Osiris just straight up has no tell. I've got to stop doing that. Oh, totally forgot about that. Yeah, you can see him kind of poised there. Oh, bad time to reload. Why do I always do this? It never works. It's never gonna work. Fuck. Okay, we have fucked up. Still alive. We were doing so bad. Woo. I don't remember how you're supposed to react to these. The whole thing. Motherfucker. That's like the only breath attack I'm not really liking from him. I can't believe you can just like dodge that. It's crazy. Okay, well, we lose. Twice again. Damn, I actually wanted to see that attack, though. Hey, Poi. There's no reason to have this blue flask, though. Like, there's just no space to... By the way, having done this at low level with Dragon Slayer Axe, even though we're level, like, 80 now, it's not really any faster. Like, you do low level with, like, Shield Ring and stuff. Pretty similar experience. Wait, nope, not that way. Yeah, he's got the biggest health bar in the game. But when you do with Dragon Slayer Axe, it really doesn't feel like it. Like, the fight's kind of over before you've had your fill, I find. I should use lightning bolts in this crossbow, but I don't know if I have any. I've got some. Whee! I should have taken out my casting tool. Alright, big guy. Oh, he mad. That was just shit luck, honestly. This is kind of luck, like where he is in the hit box relative to when he gets to you. Oof. I really don't like that move, though. Like, I know there's a tell on it, but, like, it's just too obtuse. Like... You watch his head movement, you can time that pretty intuitively. That's such a, like, fantasy dragon attack right there. Like a cover of a book or something. I should have just rolled. God damn it. Oh God. Oof. Why is he not in Night Rain? Yeah, that's pretty intuitive, honestly. Like, you just gotta watch the head and you can time that pretty reasonably. Backhand? Nope. I think that's the other, when he swings the other way. would love to read what Poi just said, but I cannot look at that at all right now. He's saying things. Something about hitboxes. Whoop. Oh. Okay, there's the backhand. Jesus. Dude's out here playing fighting games. Hey dear, I don't know what you're doing, but I don't like it. That free aim was pretty atrocious. Okay. Let's try going left. Woo! That didn't exactly work. Quit it. Bro, you had already repositioned. Oh. Watch the head. Fucking Dragon Ball Z shit. Oh, I think you can hit him in the head in this part. I kind of fucked that up. Whew. Kinda got lucky on that one. Oh. Oof. That shot was so close. How am I missing some of these? Oh, don't you be doing that again. No, you just did this, my dear. Fuck, I should have just stayed in the back. I was too greedy. I barely even got anything off of that. That was so not worth it. Woo! Bad timing! Yo, Dragon Slayer axe, I remember. Oh. Damn it. Why did that do so much damage? Dude, that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's just getting good, right? It's like, man, we're getting down to the good shit here, and then you just kill him. Oops. So, boy, what did you say? It literally just went off the screen, so I don't know what you said earlier. By the way, that's like the best dragon boss fight. It's not even close. It's like, it's just like good fantasy knight versus dragon stuff. Like, you can roll through that one breath attack, and then the other breath attacks you got out of the way of. Like all of his melee attacks just feel good, but you fight him, like you hit his face, right? Like he tries to, you know, bite you and then you hit his face and shit, you know, it's just good, man. I don't think I'll ever understand dragon attacks trying head first bite little human. Yeah, I mean, obviously, but, I mean, most of his attacks are, you know, claw stuff. Although, to be fair, animals can be dumb as fuck, right? You look at how, like, bears and cats and shit, like lions and stuff, try to fight. They're pretty dumb. Have you seen, like, a gorilla fight? They are so stupid. This obviously comes out because of all those gorilla memes, but, like, they are incredibly impractical, like, with how they... Look, don't wrath me. Look up how gorilla males try to fight. They are so stupid, it's insane. Like, a dragon trying to bite you tiger style is honestly way more logical than whatever the fuck gorillas are trying to do. I will say this. I think it's believable that a dragon can't fly for, like, incredibly long periods of time, necessarily. Right? It depends on, like, the design of the dragon and what kind of fantasy you got going on. But then being able to, like, fly for a bit and maybe glide. But so, like, in a cave like that, like, because they're big boys, right? Like, obviously their wingspan's not even big enough for them to be able to fly at all. So you're already having to give them some fantasy cred, if you will. So them not being able to fly indefinitely seems fair to me. We literally just did Midir. Like, we just beat him and teleported back. Like, you just fucking missed it. It was sick as hell, though. God, I love that fight. Alright, let's go talk to the lady. No, we still got Gale. I normally do Midir after Gale, but, like, I didn't want to mess up the quest, so we did it first. And then there's still, Soul of Cinder. Well, I'll probably downgrade my weapon force so we don't kill him too fast. Let's see, where do I need to go? When I was a kid, people bullied me, I would bite. You're saying we're bullying Midir? Okay, I'm gonna... Oh, we missed loot back. You! Secret technique. Vanish. I think the point Poi is trying to make, though, is that, yes, a big boy dragon like that's bite is, you know, like much like how a tiger might bite someone who's very dangerous, you know, big, sharp teeth. He's much bigger than you, snappy jaw and all that. But he has claws, too. He has a tail, and he can breathe fire. Right? There are other options here. Nope, we fucked it up. We fucked it up. Yeah, I think activating the egg makes her bail. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Well, that means we killed Midir first for no reason. But, like, here's why I wish that fight lasted longer. One, it's fun, but that one move where he summons the humanity, not after biting, but, like, kind of just on his own, where they rise up to his left and his right. We only interacted with that once, and we didn't dodge it perfectly. Right, I didn't really get to, like, mess around with that. So Sacred Oath doesn't really last long enough for our points into faith to have made sense. And it's too hard to recast. Because I'd be doing better damage if I was just pure melee. Like, the Sacred Oath is nice, but it's just, yeah, the uptime is not really there.
Filianor. Help me, please. The Red Hood is come to eat us, to eat our dark souls.
There is a big boy knight we can fight that drops his flab. Damn, the visuals here are fucking incredible, though. Said the name of the game. Oh, that sucks that we messed up that quest, though. So we might, like, play this character again in the future on, like, New Game Plus 3 or something. The New Game Plus 1's not that much harder unless you stayed low level. Actually easier until the end.
I've searched for thee, dark, stricken creature. I am Shira.
You're an input reader is what you are.
Duke, descendant of gods and trusted friend to Medea. At once, I am the honor of the gods.
The fact that that doesn't hit is so ridiculous.
Thou shalt not drown unpunished.
God, that's the input reading. Like, she fired it immediately because I was reloading, dude. Like, so
Shameless
stupid.
yearning.
And then you're not in the middle of an action and she doesn't fire it right away. Oh, NPC fights. She's actually really annoying at low level. Like, if she can, like, two-shot you. God, if she did what she just did in an actual fight, you'd probably die. Like, getting hit twice by 2 R1s and then trading into an R2, like, that is fucking death. Unless you're, like, exceptionally tanky and maybe you've got, like, an ultra. That thing is more like a halberd, so no shot. How are you still flasking? So lame, dude. The NPC fights just feel so artificial and like the way they're set up to try to like force you to have like a fight with them like they're a boss, but it's not. Like, they're just cheating. Like, their AI is so bad, like what they're actually doing will result in them just dying in like 2 fucking seconds. Like, that matters because it's like, in PvP, you have to actually use the player's systems, because the NPCs are using the player's systems, right, in an intelligent way, what actually works. The bots, if you will, are not, they're not using the systems correctly, right, because they're dumb as fuck, so they cheat, and they're not, they get, like, you know, broken versions of the systems to babysit them. Like, the fact that this takes like this much time it's just annoying. It's like, because you're not allowed to just get in there and fight like you would a normal player, because they just have so much higher stats than you, and like the input read you so they can force a hit trade and shit like that. They're kind of like just making you take longer than it should. Only way you can kill them quickly half the time is if you like parry, Hornet Ring, or some shit like that. Yeah, if I remember correctly, that miracle is pretty much just better Lightning Spear. They kind of added it to help Faith out. All the new miracles in Ringed City are very strong. There's like the disc stuff, like the stuff that goes out and comes back and all that. Yeah, they went out of their way to make good miracles because people had complained that like the int stuff was so much better. I wonder if that slab she dropped is the one she would have given us. Because if so, then no harm done. You probably can't parry that. That was anime as hell. Too soon. So what about the weeb guy in the hub? Oh, come on. Okay. Nice to get some slabs, and I can turn this thing in if I want to for another slab. Let me look up Gale's resistances. I want to make sure he's not like resistant to lightning, because then this is going to take fucking forever. I don't think he is. I don't know why this wiki's format is so atrocious. What the hell? Let's see. He is resistant to slash, dark, and bleed, which I actually think this might be slash. I don't know, it might be standard. Standard thrust. Interesting, he's weak to strike, and he's weak to frostbite. So you could do like a, is there a way you could do a striking frostbite? Does, Vort's hammer do strike? Because, boy, that would, if it does, that would destroy him. Yeah, putting Fume Knight there actually would have been sick. Like, just touch him up so his animations look right in Dark Souls 3. Give you the armor set. Like, what a travesty that Fume Knight's armor has only ever been in Dark Souls 2. Because, like, Thorn's armor now has been in Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 3, and Elden Ring Night Rain, right? Like, that's quite nice. There's some sets... Let's see. What's in the most games? Because they're, like, Elite Knight is in Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3. But it's not in Night Rain. I'm trying to think if there's anything that's in every single game. Yeah, probably Hovels. Yep, because I think that's in 1... Is it in 2? I think it's in 2. Yeah, Hovelin, all that stuff. So yeah, it's in 1, 2, 3, and Night Rain. So yeah, it is the most used armor. Now, it won't shock me if in content updates, DLC patches, whatever, that Elite Knight armor does get into Night Rain. That would not shock me. And it might, who knows, it could make it into regular Elden Ring because of the Tarnished Edition coming. There's one armor set we haven't seen yet, and wouldn't shock me if it's that. Okay. Probably don't need a Sacred Oath until Phase 2. Vort's hammers indeed strike. That's kind of tempting. I bet you that would just
Me.
destroy him.
The Red Hood is
A little slow, but at a higher level, you can put up with that. Alright, Gale. I imagine these pygmy lords are like descendants of the furtive pygmy. And they probably had a larger amount of the dark soul than a typical human.
What? Still here? Hand it over, that thing, your dark soul.
Yeah, it's pretty heavily implied.
It is painting.
is that he knew he would go crazy and kind of lose himself to this. And then, you know, if you killed him, it'd work out. Artorias much? This is such an awkward battlefield where you start. Let's just go over here. Okay, it's not too bad here. This is one of the biggest boss arenas ever. I really have to stress I don't remember this guy's moveset at all. That's a little quick. God, I hate every game, dude. Like, I just took so much damage at no fault of my own. That dodge was the dodge that I clicked as I got hit. Like, I clicked it just ever so slightly too late. And then you stand up and instantly dodge, right? It just fucks everything up. So dumb. And every single game is like that. Like, even Elden Ring does it. Like, the hit that you know, ever so slightly dodge too late, that's fine, right? Taking the damage from that's fair. Our damage is pretty bad. Honestly, our build kind of just sucks because it's good for trash mobs. Like, you just don't have time to do the Faith stuff in a boss fight. So there's no point in me having all these points into Faith. Be better in PvP too, because you can normally make room in PvP. Yet again, that roll that came out was just the one that was for the prior hit. Yeah, and Strike staggers really well too. So yeah, Strike is really good in this fight. Bet your Reinforced Club and shit like that's good. That fucking crossbow is really cheap. Again, like not as punishing as Malenia, but there's just no way you could know how to dodge that off of the animation itself. This must be a bitch with slower weapons. Oh yeah, then Zeus has to get fucking involved. I saw someone that got Gale killed by a lightning bolt. It's fucking awesome. Not gonna lie, this kind of just sucks though. This is just lame. Like, these animations are just stupid. Like, this is just dumb as shit. I'd rather fight this than fucking like Consort Radahn, don't get me wrong, but this is pretty lame. Zeus, you piece of shit! That did a lot of damage too. Man, that's just ridiculous. There's no frame there where you're not gonna get roll caught. Zeus, please. Thank God. Not a fan of that at all, really. It's kind of just, there's no way you could, like, you know, without just massive trial and error, like that one, like, big flurry does, there's no way you're gonna be able to dodge that without just, like, knowing the frame data. But it's like, 80% of his moveset is fine, right? I would say 80% of his moveset is actually pretty good. But, like, the crossbow's dumb, that flurry at the end there, it's just, like, it's just silly. But I'd much rather fight that than fucking Consort Radahn again. Which we will have to do. Oh, fuck. We still haven't done Frida. Fuck. I'm fine fighting Frida. It's getting there. I hate... fuck this DLC. It's the worst, dude. Ugh. This DLC is so bad. I would say this is the worst DLC FromSoft has ever made. And I'm not really big on Shadow of the Erdtree, but there's a lot of cool new weapons and stuff, and there's still a lot of, like, boom for your buck. This shit's just ridiculous. Take out the trash, feed my cat, yep. Might as well grab the loot in here. There's a few things worth picking up along the way. Don't you be following me back here. Okay, this is getting a little out of hand. Chicken run. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of that. Dude, if you play through this like normally, it will take so long and it is so repetitive. Shit is garbage. This part right here is the best part, I would say. The Millwood Knights are pretty cool. And they're actually pretty fun to fight, but not worth it. Don't you get... Okay. If I had to go down there, I'd have to climb the ladder again. Of course. Very good shield right there. It has inherent blessed on it, and then it's 100% block. It doesn't have like godly stability, but it's solid. Really good axe right there. It's the only version of Warcry that's even remotely viable in PvP, but even it has a lot of problems. It's really inconsistent. It's crazy how inconsistent it is. Sometimes the charge combos into an R1 and sometimes it doesn't, and it depends on all these like weird as fuck factors. It's because it's like frame perfect for it to be able to combo, so a lot can cause it to not combo. Oh, no cat ring. Probably fix that. I can probably just jump now. I know, this is a big tower. Ooh. Wow. I'm surprised that kills you with you being able to survive, like falling off the graveyard and down the ladder in Cathedral. I would have thought you could live that. Oh, it's gonna take forever. I hate this DLC so much, dude. It's so bad. I don't know what they were thinking with this piece of shit. I mean, this made me lose a lot of trust in FromSoft. They won it back with Ringed City, but I mean, this DLC is just so shit. I could not believe like just how much time you spend running. There's all these side paths and all. There's this big open nothing, right? And just no bosses. I remember just being in here for hours, and I'm like, where the fuck is a boss? And then you find out there's one boss in the whole DLC, and then a fucking NPC with a mini, like this mini boss right here is the other boss. It's literally him with an NPC. It's so stupid. Yeah, I was just like, what the hell happened for FromSoft? Because up to this point, you know, obviously Dark Souls 2 had happened, but that was the B team, and everyone knew that. You know, the A team was Dark Souls 1, 3. Will you fuck off? Also, what is that frame data? Like, he just like teleports forward with a bite. That's absurd. Yeah, they've like never used these wolves again, and I'm okay with that. I hate having to pick up your souls. I just find it to be a completely pointless mechanic. It's fine in Night Rain. Like, because it makes sense in Night Rain. Okay, surely I can jump off. Don't call me Shirley. Dude, these dogs just fucking Christ. If you do fight this mini boss in these two encounters right here, when you fight the boss, he'll have less health. But I don't even give a shit about that boss fight. It is just an absolute nothing burger. It does drop a cool weapon though. A weapon that has no equivalent in Elden Ring, unfortunately. The sword and a shield combo, and a lot of the attacks you attack like with the shield up. Totally unique moveset. Nothing looks even remotely like it. Super weird they didn't reuse it in Elden Ring, because like, why put in that effort if you're not going to use it? Like, gameplay wise, they have the dueling shield, but like animation wise and everything, it's not similar. Do you need to go in here? I don't think you do. You can just go this way. Slip and slide. We're skipping so much loot, but I don't care. Maybe off stream later if I go to if I'm planning on going to New Game Plus, I'll run in here and grab like the follower saber. Will you all shut the hell up? Anyway, I'll grab the follower saber. No, they're not gonna shut the hell up. This guy right here is a really good enemy to farm for sharp gems. There's a bonfire nearby, and his drop rate on sharp gems is actually pretty decent. I used to have a good strategy for beating these guys, but boy do I not remember that now. These guys are pretty fucking annoying. I actually think, yet again, Stormhawk Axe is exceptionally good. I want to say, like, the Warcry R2s are good or something like that. Warcry on any axe is good for killing NPCs. That's like the one thing. Horrible in PvP, but in the AI, the bot AI, like cannot handle the like hitbox on the shoulder charge. Like it messes them up. Oh, jeez. I hate it here. You're not supposed to be able to jump up there, but you totally can. It's not that much of a shortcut, but it's cool. This guy kind of makes it a pain, though. Good enough. Oh, are you kidding me? Yeah, those physics make sense. At this point, I should have just killed this guy. Oh my god. Will you go to hell? Holy fuck. Jesus. Uh-huh. At this point, I should have just done it normally, but it's principle now. I do not understand. Like, why do you suddenly get so much extra forward momentum? Bro, what the fuck is it? Can I just have the jump from Elden Ring? Like, holy fuck. There's a shortcut down there. Fine. I don't think. Yeah, you don't need this at all. Oh, yeah, the slave set for Scales armor. Slave Knight. That was so not worth it. Elden Ring's jump is so much better. Like, it's not even close. This shit is the worst. Like, are you kidding me right now? Like, the best thing about Elden Ring is the fact that you at least have a fucking proper jump, for God's sakes. Like, is it the best jump ever put into a video game? No, but... Holy fuck. My god, trying to get to that merchant under the bridge in Dark Souls 1, you have to jump every time. Just god, no. So garbage. I don't miss kicking, I don't miss leap attacks. All of that shit is ass. Also, that is so cheap. I love how I can't get this stupid message off my screen. And, like, then I get hit again because now I have to get the message off of my screen. I'll tell you, a lot of technical stuff in FromSoft games are just bafflingly dumb. The technical side of game development has never been FromSoft's strong suit, but it's getting to the point where they have to cut that out. Like, they could get away with it before when they were a really small studio and all that, but it's kind of absurd now, like how bad their technical stuff is. Because now, after Elden Ring's success, they have the money, so they better be fixing this shit up. I want to say there's a miracle right there. Oh my god, it's not the right button to leap or plunge, whatever. Boy, this is really fun gameplay. Literally every frame just covered in a hitbox for like 30 seconds. Great. God, this DLC is just the worst thing, dude. I just don't see how they think this is well designed. Like, yeah, when are you supposed to attack? Yeah, just let me know, Miyazaki. Also, why is it every time I stream, people message me? Like, they can see that I'm streaming. I'm so sick of this. I cannot fix. I've tried to fix this so many times. Like, it literally says right now, streamer mode is enabled. And it's like, it's just, it don't fucking matter. I need to get in the habit of just closing Discord when I'm streaming. And now my phone is notifying me that I have a Discord message. I swear to God. Hey, look, a sharp gem. Let's see. I'm doing a lot of stuff that is skippable. But I'm just like, what if I need it? Yeah, that thing's pretty decent right there. You know someone messaged you on Discord? I did. What do you know?
I've seen your kind. Time and time again.
I don't want to show off the gravity kill because it's funny. Also, it's just a shit NPC fight, so I don't know why I skip dialogue like that all the time, even though his dialogue is awesome. But it's because I cannot stand like playing Souls gameplay with like a bunch of subtitles popping up at the bottom like that. It drives me fucking insane. Like Osiris, it's the same thing. So you're supposed to kick spam, but because I'm higher level, I really don't need to do that. This is like the easiest NPC to cheese of all time, though. And I'm completely okay with that.
Forgive me, my lady. I swore
Yeah, if you're really low level, you can just keep kicking him and you can get him to fall off.
lady.
And a lot of people like that sword is very good at low level and mid level, so people want it. I mean, it's decent at high level too, but I think at that point you're better off using other things. Hey, look, Chad, it's Revenant.
I believe I feel the scent of ash upon thee. Thou art the one of whom Uncle Gale spoke,
He dead.
the one to show me flame. 'Tis good. When this is done, may I return. The door is open thanks to thee. 'Tis good.
All my books.
I'll head off to paint. I promised Uncle Gale I would. 'Tis good. The door.
The only thing I like about this DLC is just that, yeah, they didn't really forget about the painted world, and it's kind of cool that this is the same painted world from the first game, but it's been like painted over, and It's degrading, just like the outside world is degrading and all that. And you know, you have efforts to fix it, just like you have efforts to fix the outside world. It's kind of just an interesting parallel, and it's always been there since the first game. So many people hate Dark Souls 3 because it references Dark Souls 1 so much, and I just don't understand that. Like, some references are pointless or whatever, but like most of the references in this have a you know, purpose. They're showing, you know, the evolution of the world and the, you know, the fucked up state of it and all that. Like, and like it's always been in the story that like souls could you know, you don't die permanently if you have the will and all that. So like fuck it, Solaire should have been in Dark Souls 3, because if anybody can, you know, if Patches can make it, why can't Solaire make it? Like, why would you have expected random new characters you'd never heard of to be the only things that made it this far, you know, in this fucked up system that's been going on with, like, I just don't get it. Like it's silly. Like, of course some of the big names from Dark Souls 1 should be here. And like Dark Souls 3 still introduced loads of new characters and loads of new areas, right? And really the one issue I have is it didn't use enough stuff from Dark Souls 1. Because like some sequels, you know, are not really, you know, they vary in how direct they are, but like Dark Souls 3 is an insanely direct sequel to Dark Souls 1, because it's like, yep, this whole fucked up system with Gwyn and the First Flame, Link to Humanity and all that, yeah, that's still broken. Like, why wouldn't that, you know, like, why wouldn't Anor Londo be important and shit like that? This right here actually is a kind of a fun encounter, but it's just not worth the time. It's not really canon that Solaire linked the fire. It's more like in his world, at Miyazaki's head canon he did. That's what he said. It's not like it actually, you know, it's not like some confirmed thing. Like, he literally said that as, like, you know, more of like a fan, less so than as the creator. He's pretty specific about that. But if you wanted to do that, then you could have had one of the forms of Soul of Cinder be Solaire. Like, as he transforms into that state, he does praise the sun or something. Dude, I just cannot remember where to go here. Oh, I fucking hate this DLC so much. Why does just every single path lead to the exact same spot that does not progress the level? Like, it's just, why would you do that? You know what I want to see in Night Rain? Or maybe Night Rain 2. But if you did it in Night Rain, what you could have done is, and this part I think they should have done, you should have had maybe more interactions with the Night Lord. Like throughout, like progressing the story. That dog just killed himself. But like, you know, we got hard mode coming, right? So you could have, you know, maybe run to the Night Lord once midway through the game and you can't like kill him, but you have like a little fight that you can get a reward in. You know, whatever. It could be an event that maybe pops up sometimes. Anyway, and like throughout the game, I like how these are the most fucking annoying enemy. And it's like, I'm trying to talk, and there's just no talking with these guys because they just do this, like, one-frame leap out of nowhere bullshit. Like, do you fucking mind? God. Anyway, so throughout Night Rain, like, the various, nights, I really think you should have had, like, more maps. Instead of just, like, the Limvel, you should, like, on this third Night Lord, for example, it could be you have a warped space, totally different map. And it's really themed after, like, the catacombs and Nito and shit like that, right? And on, like, day 2 or whatever, you fight Nito, right? And, like, proper. and you could have, and some of these are brand new, right? Some of the Night Lord encounters and like the map that the roguelike is set on be a brand new environment we've never seen, right? That's fine. But then you could have one that's like Lothric, right? Like Lothric Castle styled map. Like that wouldn't that be awesome? Instead of like Limveld every single fucking time, sometimes you get a map that's like the whole map is Lothric Castle themed, right? Or the whole map is Catacomb themed. And you could do, you know, other zones from Elden Ring too. Like it doesn't have to all be Dark Souls. But anyway, so throughout the game, you have this one map that, you know, is very Nito themed, right? And you fight Nito. And then maybe there's an Illithril themed map and you fight Pontiff, and you know, you could do Fume Knight and all these different things, right? And then so you have your fight with the Night Lord at the end just as it is, and then he's got a hard mode coming, right? Like presumably phase 3. So then in phase 3, you could have maybe when he transitions into phase 3, like his opening attack, and the opening attack is good because it like signals like going into the phase, and that way you can sync it up with the music. They do that, right? Like the one time they can sync something up to the music is when it's like at the start of a phase. So phase 3 starts, and then he does like a super fucking attack, right? Where no matter where you are on the map, you have to deal with it, right? Like close or far. Like, you know, he stands in a very specific spot, does big telegraph, and then like you could do like he gets like an avatar, right? Like Musashi's avatar or whatever, you know, like big spirit version of like Pontiff, and it does Pontiff's melee combo from Dark Souls 3, but now it shoots out a shockwave, right? And that could transition into Nito doing his like miasma thing from the intro of the game, and you could pick whatever bosses and characters you want and do this big like super move, right? Where you have to deal with like this big chain of different bosses that he's like invoking, right? And like, and then the stupid people like Iron Eye have to actually dodge it, right? Because it hits the whole map. And you don't have to make it like the hardest thing to dodge, but like you make it where you gotta dodge the whole thing, right? It's like, even though like no individual attack on it is too difficult, you gotta do like this big thing that's a bunch of you know, bosses that you've been fighting throughout Night Rain and stuff. I think that something like that would be cool. And either way, just add in more maps. That's really what I'm getting at here. Like, holy fuck. Who knows what the phase 3 is going to be, though? Assuming he gets it. Like, we know they're getting hard mode. That doesn't guarantee a phase 3. Seems likely, though, because there's phase 3 music in the program files, and they said the hard mode's coming, so put 2 and 2 together. Got the Rot Swamp. Bad budget. Yeah, Night Rain really did not have any budget. I think they knew it was experimental. They didn't know if it was going to be successful or not, and they didn't want to put a lot of money into something that they didn't know how it was going to turn out. And, you know, the lead dev, he'd never been the lead dev before and all that. But even with all the crying from the Souls babies, it's been a very successful game. So I suspect it'll either get updated a lot, or we'll eventually get a sequel or whatever. I hope it gets updated like Risk of Rain 2 did. I think you could totally fix the game that way and really expand on it. You know, occasionally add, you know, brand new content, like a brand new boss, like Night Lords. But really, you can just reuse a lot of stuff. And the main thing is when you reuse stuff, if it needs to be buffed, to make sure you actually buff it. You know, if it's not up to snuff. And update the texture quality and all that. But yeah, by all means, reuse tile sets, bring back Lothric Castle or whatever. That's fine with me. Thankfully, because we've skipped so much, we're basically done here. Pretty much good to go for freed up. Bunch of side content you can do in this place, like so much. And when you do it for the first time, you don't know what the main path is, so you're doing lots of the side content if you mean to or not. I do like how there's the most hidden thing in this DLC. And it is quite hidden, but the most hidden thing in this DLC is Priscilla's boss arena from Dark Souls 1. I think that's really cool. They should absolutely not add voice chat into Night Rain. I have no idea why people keep saying that. Have any of you all ever played any game that has voice chat ever? Now combine that with the Souls community. How do you think this is going to work out? What they need to do is just have a better ping system so you can communicate better without it. Yeah, the Priscilla boss arena is just some NPC bullshit. You can easily skip all of these guys, just run into the center and click the thing and then get out. But I don't remember what the loot is, so I wanted to check it out. Yeah, I can't even fathom people that want to voice chat with randoms on the internet. That is always just such a bad experience. And yeah, like once in a blue moon, you'll run into cool people, sure. And I guess some people, like, they're willing to put up with the mountains of awful for the occasional cool person. But, you know, fair enough. There's a secret wall in here somewhere. I think it's in the room with the flies. Why are there so many flies in here? Oh yeah, you get like constant bleed buildup. I love how for just the 1 second I'm in my inventory, that's what happens. Really? Like there was no way I could survive that because if I stopped to get the bleed, I would have gotten hit by the mob. Such a waste of time, dude. Come on, Jesus Christ, dude. I hate fucking dying in Souls games because it just takes an hour and a half to get back to what you're doing. I've never understood that. When you make a game that's designed to be difficult and all that, you do not want so much friction in dying. And I don't mean like losing your souls and shit. I mean like an incredibly long loading screen, massive runbacks, doing a bunch of like tedious bullshit that has nothing to do with anything. Like I cannot express like how much appreciation I have for like games like Super Meat Boy, where when you die, you just instantly get back to it. Like just wasting time is such a bad, you shouldn't use it for anything. Anything. It should not be a punishment, shouldn't be a game mechanic, nothing. Like wasting time is such a shit thing to do in a video game. Time is humans' most valuable resource. I love how that's just like so bullshit. Like that comes out so fucking fast. God, that's so fucking annoying. This is why normally I just come in here and open the boss and leave, because that room is just so obnoxious. Yeah, there it is. I feel this way about like everything. Like I can't stand like bosses that will do attacks, but you just have to wait for ages for them to finish, and it's like not even interesting or anything. You're just sitting around. Like the enemy's flying, you have to wait for them to land, but they're not really doing anything while they're flying and shit like that. I love how that just bounced me for like no fucking reason. Like literally no reason. That just mega bounced me. Oh my god, I'm regretting every second of not just skipping this room. Like, this is the worst kind of Souls content, because you're not dying because, like, you know, a tough moveset from a Black Knight or whatever the fuck is, you know, killing you. Just tedious bullshit. Right, it's almost harder to find it when the door's not open. It looks so similar to the other one. Like, you want to fight 10,000 enemies that are all incredibly weak but have a really annoying ability if you're not like really patient with them. So if you want to like do it without taking damage, it'll take like an hour. Doesn't that sound fun? And there's nothing like mechanically engaging about the enemy at all. And then deal with like the wonkiest platforming that has ever existed. I'll give Elden Ring this. The platforming segments in it are not great, but they're definitely better than the other Souls games. And like people like famously hate the like Frenzy Flame platforming and stuff, but it really isn't that bad. I mean, it's not good. Don't get me wrong. I'm not like, yay, this is in the game, but it's so much better than the other games. God, what a waste of time. And then you have to fight this input reading piece of shit. And again, if you're low level, it's actually pretty likely you could die to this thing because it's so fucking cheap. And you have to do all of that nonsense all over again. Oh, fun. That would have like decimated my health if I was low level. That ability is so bad if the player uses it. Thank God. I knew you got pyromancy stuff. I couldn't remember what in particular. Boy, that was not worth the time. But yeah, this is like where you would jump off and all that. It's pretty cool though. Oh, that was so frustrating. The issue with Elden Ring's platforming is the same issue that all of the games have, and it's not really the jumping, it's the physics. You'll like land on a platform, and then your feet will firmly be planted, but then it does like this weird like boop animation, and you just like fall, and the game, because it doesn't like count that you landed on that platform. You take the fall damage from where you originally fell, even though you actually landed on it. So much like weird shit like that, and like things that you like you'll hit the edge of something and it'll move you in a way that just does not make sense and crap like that.
Well, but I... Ah, yes. There is a thing thou shouldst by rights possess. Never be...
She's a weirdo. I don't want to respect though our
Thou hast a pact, so I wish to tell thee all. Behold its size. This is my canvas. It's to be a cold, dark, and very gentle place. But first, I must see flame. I wish to paint a picture of what that's...
Yes, you can't progress with this unless you whoop Frida's ass. I kind of want to respec. The faith thing is just not going anywhere. But into what? There's always Lucerne. We could always go back. Are you beholding grain? Maybe. Hmm. Moonlight, we're a terrible. We are the worst starting class for that. Knight's good for everything except int. I do wonder how that would do against Frida, though. There's twin spears. I do love me some twin spears. There's twin swords. Claymore. That's never a bad pick. Dual wield. There is Ornstein Spear. That's really weird stat requirements, though. If I wanted to do these, I'd kind of want to do a hollow build, which I don't think we can't actually do it because we skipped the quest line. I mean, you can use these without being hollow, but they're definitely best as hollow. No, I'm not really a whip fan. They've never made their movesets very fun to use. Moonlight Greatsword is cool, but like, man, we're a bad starting class for that. Speaking of, I really should talk to the int guy. Here we are at the end of the game, and I haven't done that. Hopefully, I didn't fuck it up. Always large club, but we've done that in the past. Actually, that was Bob before. Was large club. Actually, pretty good for Sister Frida because the stagger. Could always use a club, like reinforced club or something.
Well, what did you... How intriguing. Very well. Indeed, I am a sorcerer, with plenty to share. However, what champion demands service without recompense? Clearly, you're not that sort of man. So you will make me a promise, that in exchange for my teaching, you will bring me knowledge, in the form of scrolls detailing sorcery's secrets. Well, can you assure me of this? Very well. You're no
So I don't remember how the details work, but if you like proceed with the game a lot and never give him a scroll, he will fuck off. I think you have to kill like a certain number of bosses without ever giving him a scroll, so we should be fine on that front. There's a lot of quests that are tied to like killing a boss, like progressing time that way. Doesn't have to be a specific boss. I did not hate Lucerne. Do a Lucerne build. Oh, Twin Spears don't sound terrible, even though I can't do Hollow. I forget what they're best as if not Hollow. Maybe Sharp?
Oh, you're back then. Again. I'm Orbeck of Vinheim.
Look at all these scrolls I've got.
And this
Woo-wee. We certainly could do end if we wanted, it's just
coming?
We're down like 5 levels because of our starting class, which feels terrible.
Ah, hello again. Yes.
I hate that I missed the one book. It's so fucked up. He fucked off my first time playing. Guessing you weren't an int character. Because if you're an int character, you're gonna like naturally want to turn those scrolls in. But if you're not, it's like, eh. So many options. I wonder how this weapon art works on Frida. That'd be kind of funny. Oh, Vort's hammer is indeed strike, so it would fuck up Gale big time. Yeah, Gale's greatsword's pretty fun. Got the cool weapon art. Decent in PvP off memory. Looks like it's a quality weapon, but favors strength. There is Greatsword of Judgment. I do love this thing. I honestly have no idea how it is in PvP. It's another one that takes int, so we're a bad starting class for it, but it's not as bad. But I do love this thing. I like this thing more than Moonlight Greatsword for sure. This thing takes 26 int. And what the fuck is this scaling? I don't know about that one, chat. It is really unique though. You have the repair powders, you can just like spam the lasers. Judgment, you definitely cannot do that. There's this. This is kind of boring, and I've used this sword quite a bit. Although the weapon art is fun. I wonder if you could dunk Frida with the leap part of it. Big strength. Gundyrs could be fun. It was not like top tier in Dark Souls 3, but it was very usable. You just had to be good with it. If you were skilled with it, it was a contender. But yeah, it's much better in Elden Ring. I don't know, it depends. I actually think it really is. And even actually it was quite good in Dark Souls 1 actually. It was quite good in Dark Souls 1. Dark Souls 1 is just such a strange game. It looks cool though. And in Dark Souls 3, the lasers look like Kojima from Armored Core, which is really cool. Let me look at Twin Spears. It's pretty good in Armored Core 6, I know, right? Twin Spears. And there is Millwood Axe, which is similar to Dragon Slayer Axe, but it is different. And it's pretty cool. God, it's heavy as fuck. The weapon art's probably bad against Frida. Oh, hey, we got Ring of Night Spear. This is pure quality. That is so weird that it has some scaling in strength and faith, just very little. So, where do you get the ringed sword? Does anyone remember? Because we've got the dual swords and the spear. I wouldn't mind looking at the sword. I could see us using one of those. I get the twin spears here. You have to farm it, or just is it like a loot thing? Onyx blade. So this is definitely more dex than strength. Interesting that they're both D rank in strength, but this one's higher in D. This one seems like pure quality. Seems to be bad at scaling, period, though. You could use this at low level, though. 15-17 is not that bad, and it looks like most of the damage is from flat stats. Let me look at Ringed City Sword. I don't think the weapon art was very usable in PvE, though. It's more of a PvP thing. Huh, it's in the swamp. Oh, right, we never killed the Adjudicator. Let's do that real quick, see if we can find that. Yeah, my only concern with the Ringed Knight weapons is they really are PvP centric. I mean, so are Twin Spears, but I can, like, I can't even imagine using daggers in any of the Souls games right now if it's not Duchess, because her moveset for the dagger is just so much better. It is funny that Wilder makes great swords worse, except for maybe the rolling attack. And Raider absolutely makes great axes worse. But Duchess makes daggers better by quite a lot. I guess Iron Eye makes bows better. Because technically the improvements to bow are unique to him. Although the new aiming system everyone gets, like if you go into like the targeted, like the control your aim mode, it's so much better that they need to just add it to regular Elden Ring. These guys, I remember being so hard, but it's because I always do them on low level, and so you'd have to kill them over time. I love the awesome mechanic of just having him back up 3 times in a row. Very engaging. I will give it to Ringed City though. It is pretty varied in like the enemies you fight. Like from the Dreg Heap to the swamp part and then the Ringed Knights. Like there's a lot of variety in the enemies you fight as you work your way through it. And like they feel pretty different. It's not like fucking Elden Ring where you find the Madness Manor, the Abyssal Woods, and it's like, okay, you just fight rats and the same horn scent you fought for the entire game. Aren't you thrilled? You just had to aggro, didn't you? I really hate multi-enemy fights because it's not even, it's bad enough like how the game doesn't really function properly with multiple enemies because you can have like no frame to do anything. There's like this, I know this because I play these games so much. The AI is coded in a way that when they have like another enemy around them, they'll just be so fucking annoying. Like the enemy you want to kill will just like linger back with the other enemy and only advance when the other enemy advances. Like no matter if there's a difference in speed. The shield enemies will like run up to you until they get kind of close to you, then they'll just start completely turtling and shit like that. Like in the way enemies will hang out with other enemies, it's just awful. It's like so unfun. Because like unlike other action games, it's not, there's nothing you can really do when the enemies are bottled up. Especially if you're like low level and you can't cheese things with like, you know, stats, hit trading, and that kind of thing. Maybe that's it. Like, you can have enemies like the Ringed Knights that are really fun to fight one-on-one, but then there's 3 of them or the other enemies, and they're just not fun at all. You're having to deal with all this, like, stupid, like, turtling crap. That did not seem very dodgeable. Like, that after the first swing, the timing seemed like you were going to get hit no matter what. The second swing comes out so fast. Yeah, I don't think you can dodge that. I don't think it's possible. This went from, like, actually fun to just garbage. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, there is no frame in which you can do anything. Like, it's not fun. You're just waiting. And you get hit because you don't want to just stand there for 45 fucking seconds doing nothing. Like, when it's one-on-one, you can get in there and fight the damn mob and, like, interact with their attacks and stuff. When there's a bunch of them, you just have to back up for an hour and a half. Because the problem is, a lot of these enemies are designed to be engaging when fought one-on-one, so then it's just going to be cheap if there's more than one of them. Because they're generally designed, and there's some enemies that are exceptions, but they're generally designed to be a complete package on their own. And the multi-fights are good is when it's more like the turtle guys. You could have one turtle guy with like a different mob that's, you know, not these guys, and it'll be fine. Really?
Hello.
Always annoying when you don't know where the loot is because you kind of have to fight everything. I mean, I like fighting things, but there comes a point where it's just annoying. Can you imagine if that killed me? Nope. I have now found every single item that they have except for the sword. That is ridiculous. Yeah, the only way you don't get hit by that second swing is if you're far enough away. The question is if you're right in front of him and you roll backwards, if that's far enough away. Because if you were using a dagger or some of the shorter range clubs, you have to be that close. Do I have to kill everything in this godforsaken swamp? I would think the sword is over here somewhere, but I don't know. We've pretty much looked everywhere. Twitch is losing its mind. It makes me sad. Like, I don't want Twitch to fail, but they're just making so many bad decisions. And, like, they have allowed YouTube to establish themselves in the streaming space, because YouTube launched so poorly, and they still have so many issues. Like their chat experience is still bad, and there's so many problems. But because Twitch is just fumbling and fumbling and fumbling and fumbling, they're just giving up real estate to YouTube like for free. Chat, does somebody know where this is? Because this is ridiculous. I like how I found every single weapon except the one I'm looking for. I can't even imagine where it is if it's not on all these places we've looked. Like, I don't even know if I'm going to use it, but I want to see. It's really cool, but all the cool shit it can do, like that flurry attack that they're doing, you can do it when you have it. But that's not going to work against a boss. No shot. Wow, I just have no idea where this is. I wouldn't, like, I can't even, like, where the fuck else is there? Oh my god, I was not even coming over here to look for it. I was going to the bonfire. That's so random, and this looks all exactly like the bonfire entrance. I didn't even know. I just don't get why they didn't put it with all those Ring of Knights. That would have been way better. Okay, Jesus Christ. It takes 1715. That's so weird. The sword actually has a pretty healthy amount of strength scaling. Where, like, it's CD. I'm guessing, yeah, this one's Dex D is higher. Kind of had to be, I figured, but, it looks cool. They're so PvP oriented. I'm pretty sure in PvE, they're just, like, damage downgrades to a lot of, all the alternatives. Unless you can get the weapon arts off, which is very hard to do in a boss fight. But you get to do this. Like that you could probably pull off in a boss fight sometimes. I mean, it is cool. This thing eats stam like crazy, though. I think there's a different follow-up you can do. I swear there's like a flame along the ground thing you can do or something. Which one's cooler, chat? I generally like spears more than swords, but I must admit that this is pretty sick. And then like the that is very practical. Like that move right there, I think is the most practical of the lot. And you could work with Leo Ring too. And you can do this. This is bigger for AoE. Swords here, the weapon of heroes. Now you're just making me mad. You're just trying to provoke me. The sword would be kind of nice though, because you could do a more strength build, and so we could use all kinds of weapons then. Like way more stuff. We could use whatever the hell we want, really. Yeah, that doesn't sound bad. The problem is it still does get some deck scaling, so let me see when it's leveled up what it's looking like. We might be able to use both, depending.
That is what.
And these are very decks. So they'd be better with the other one, unfortunately. Sucks because I love those Twin Spears. Oh yeah, we could use Lucerne again with this setup. I don't think Lucerne is bad as strength. Let me check to be sure, but... yeah, I don't mind leveling this. Bring Lucy back. Yeah, it gets A. That's totally fine. Gets A. Now, the Ring of Night one you cannot infuse. This thing, I don't know. Wow, this gets so little from scaling. Even as a strength build, I have a feeling this might be better as raw, but we'll see. Maybe not.
Pretty like that.
So it is now B in strength. It's wow, this thing goes from C and D to B and D. That is crazy. So this is very much a strength build weapon. Okay. I mean, I'm okay with that. Strength is just nice, clean. It's always like my favorite kind of build because it's very straightforward how to do it. And then like two-handing is awesome, and I prefer two-handing over dual wielding. We're back. You can only respec 5 times, which is dumb, but I was gonna go to New Game Plus with this character anyway, so. Whoops, I forgot. I gotta look at the decks. We need, this thing takes 15. This takes 10. 14. So far we need 15. Okay, 13. If I want to use this 17, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Wow, 20 for these. Jeez. That is tempting, though. I tell you, Dex is done a lot better in Dark Souls 3 than it is Elden Ring. It is crazy how poorly done Dex is in Elden Ring. So, for example, you've got a weapon like Milady, which is quite popular, right? And it's designed to be for Dex, but it's better as strength. It has higher scaling as Dex, but it doesn't matter. Because the two-handed bonus is just so much greater than what you would get from dual-wielding it or one-handing it. And you don't get that big bonus if you're Dex. Like, it comes from strength. So two-handing it doesn't matter if you're Dex. So if you've got a sharp Milady, or two of them, right, as Dex, versus just the one Milady two-handed on strength, the strength one is way better. Like, by a lot. And there's just a lot of shit in the game like that for Dex, where it just gets weirdly screwed over. And there's very few weapons that are like, uniquely... Like, the scaling is so much for Dex. Where this game, you've got things like the Twin Spears that are a very good weapon that are so far on the Dex side that you have to be Dex for them. Or Hollow, but that's a whole thing. Okay. So I need 15 Dex, and that's it. I keep clicking the Elden Ring button to talk to things. And then Elden Ring did quality really dirty too, honestly. Like, there's plenty of weapons in the game that are cool or fun or good that are designed for Dex. They just end up being just as good, if not better, on strength for some fucking reason. Now, we could get a little bit of faith if we want to do, like, Blessed Weapon or something. Once you start getting higher AR, it's more useful, but, So right now, we can get to 56 strength, which each point isn't, like, giving a lot, but when you two-hand, it's going to be a bit more. When does it really fall off? About 2 points to get 1. Looks like 39. No, 40. You want at least 40. If there's ever a setup that you want to go over 40 on, it is strength, just because of the way two-handing works. Interesting though, because of the scaling, after 40, it starts getting more from dex, but probably only when one-handed. See, 40 to 41 is not even an AR. It's like half an AR. Not even that. Wow, you have to go from 40 to 44 to get to 396, and then it starts giving you mostly 1 point after that. But where dex is giving us 1 point every level. Actually, a few of these are giving 2. So technically that is the best, but only for one-handed. So 423 versus 407. But again, because of the two-handed thing. The one nice thing about, oh fuck, this would really suck though for the other weapons, because although this weapon has dex scaling on it, the other weapons, when you make them heavy, they lose all dex scaling completely. So every single point. This is where you have to, this is why you need multiple characters when you're PvPing, is because like that sure, you could go like the quality route and be pretty good with all weapons, but if you truly want like the best version of a lot of weapons, you kind of have to, you know, pick the one thing. I mean, there's a chance that some of these weapons like Lucerne and stuff would actually be better if I went with dex like this and then made them quality instead of strength. Millwood is probably not like that. Lucerne probably is. I don't mind going all in on this weapon. The problem is you need a backup weapon when fire is no good. Also, I would like some attunement just to have more FP, but fuck it, we have 4 other respecs. Or 3. And then we'll New Game Plus someday. So let's see. 417, I wonder why it went down. 405. That's weird. Maybe she was showing me the two-handed version. Yeah, she was showing me the two-handed version. Interesting. Okay, so right now, this fucking Dragon Slayer axe, dude. Why am I not just using this as raw, which I must look at the scaling right there. Blank, 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 right? All you need is 18, 14, and then you get 483 AR. It's so stupid. You know, over here with this thing, we're at 4031 and it's still less. What is wrong with this game? What is fucking wrong with it? Like, I could just put like 1,000,000 points into like attunement or health or whatever the fuck. Jesus Christ, dude. Like 483 with like no stat requirement at all versus a massive amount, and it's fucking 405. Jesus. And then this thing is 468, which is a little bit better, but what about two-handing it? Okay, this gets to 498. I mean, that's pretty legit. So this thing finally beats out Dragon Slayer Axe. And if I didn't put those points into Dex, it would beat it by more. Honestly, this thing is actually kind of a monster as strength then. It's pretty sick. It feels bad to use this right now, though, because it means all those points I have in dexterity do absolutely nothing. That's why, again, you have to optimize for, like, the one weapon. And some weapons have the exact same optimization, right? Like, the exact same setup will be optimal for them. So what we actually want are quality weapons with this setup. That's the thing. Alright, let me see. That sucks, though, because I just used all those slabs. Lucerne is probably quality, honestly. I just cannot believe Dragon Slayer Axe gets that much damage when it has as raw, right? Zero scaling whatsoever. Okay, Lucerne. Oh, you have to uninfuse it to change it, I think, to quality. No, you don't. Okay, thank God. Okay, this is worse as refined in every way. So, that's not happening. Oh yeah, we have this thing. Looks like quality is better for this thing. It's actually this thing's pretty legit for quality, like BB, that's not bad. That'd be nice if the enemy was immune to fire damage. Now, what about Dragon Slayer Axe? DD. Huh, it's actually better as sharp, weirdly enough. Because it still maintains some strength scaling. Like, obviously, we're getting more AR as, I think I remember that. I think I do remember that. Like, if you truly wanted to be the Dragon Slayer Axe guy, and you got to the stat point where Raw wasn't needed anymore, that sharp was best. And it's because I think its strength and dex scaling are the same, but sharp maintains some strength scaling where heavy loses all dex scaling. So, because yeah, these are quite comparable when I have, like, just so many points in strength and not that many in dex, and they're still almost the same. So if I had the equal in dex, the dex would absolutely be ahead. But I think is it worse than Raw right now? No, if I made it heavy right now, it would actually be slightly better than if it was Raw. Wait, no, yeah. And you'd get the two-handing bonus. So that's nice. You finally beat Raw. But look at how many stats it took for this thing to come out on top over Raw. Where you could just keep it Raw and have almost the same AR and then just go pump health or attunement or faith or whatever the hell you wanted to do. So messed up. Okay, this thing goes to CC, but it's not plus 10, so maybe it'll go higher than that. Already A in these ones, though. And it does seem pretty decent as quality, though. So Lucerne, did we see? Let's see. So... Oh, that's sharp, not heavy. Yes, this is better as quality. It's not as exceptional as a quality weapon, though. Like, CC is... meh. This is good as a quality weapon, though. Which sucks, though, because it's, like, massive diminishing returns because the other weapon we're using is a straight sword. These probably don't work that well as quality. I'll check. Guess you never know. Be very happy if they did. I'm glad Lucerne's back on the menu.
Great.
It is nice when you PvP a lot and you just have millions and millions of souls and you can just buy the max amount of all of that stuff. I'll take these plus 9. The Wolf Greatsword that I like is a quality weapon. So these things is quality. I don't even remember what mob you need to farm to get refined gems. Oh man, sharp is way better because again with how like all those points in strength I could put in dex instead. It looks usable as quality though. Kind of. Weird that it gets an A in strength, but yeah, it's definitely designed to be a sharp weapon or hollow. Like hollow is super good for it. There is all these other things. God, that's weird scaling. That's for like if you're a pyromancer. Right, deep is like an alternate version of raw that will do elemental damage. This thing gets an S scaling in faith? What? I never knew this. I wonder if that's good. And it'd be higher in... Wow, this weapon's actually weird as lightning because it maintains a C in Dex, and it might even be higher than that if you play it to plus 10. So if you did Dex Faith, this thing might actually be a monster. Huh. That's interesting. This thing is terrible as fire or raw, because the base damage is so low. Yeah, that's interesting. Man, I wish I'd realized that when we were Faith a minute ago. I don't think we had enough Dex though. But that's something you'd want, like at 120, like level 120 or higher, you can easily have like a lot of Dex and a lot of Faith. And I wonder if that would do enough damage to outdo like a Sharp or a Hollow. Huh. That's real interesting. Well, next time we play this game, we're gonna have to just do Twin Spears. Because, I love them, and that's really intriguing. Okay, hold on. What's other good refined weapons here? So we know we're using this. This is definitely in. The more I mess with this, though, the more I just truly realize how broken Dragon Slayer Axe is. Oh, we could use this. Probably rather use this. This one's lighter. It comes down to the weapon art, really. We could use this thing. Profane Greatsword is quality. And, like, it favors strength, and we favor strength, so this is actually good. This is... I think you can't use, You can't get the Greatsword of Judgment if you get this one. Oh, wait, or is this, Yorm's Soul? Why don't they make it clear? Oh, no, it's Sullivan. If I ever did in stuff, it'd probably be on a different character anyway. So, okay, we'll buy this. That's pretty legit for us. Get this. This is mostly strength, but this weapon is so good you use it on every build, really. But, not really a PvE thing. I believe this thing is pretty quality. It looks like it favors Dex. Oh, yeah. Wow, 40 Dex for that thing. Okay, I don't have a lot of quality gems, so we're gonna have to be really picky here. You know, Hornet Ring actually is kind of good for, Frida, because you can backstab her. I might not make this quality just because, even though it's probably the best item we have in our inventory right now for quality, but, it's the same moveset, so it's not really worth the gem right now. So one of these two, Dragon Slayer Axe I like more. And if you're doing on quality, it's not like the bullshit, maybe Twin Spears. Oh yeah, this thing too. I wonder which one of these is better. This one favors strength, which is better for us. So yeah, it's Profane, not Lothric. Feels bad because Lothric looks super cool, but I mean, so does Profane. We can use this thing if we want. Okay, this is looking like... Okay, we know it's not going to be this one right now. Just because we don't have the refined gem for it. Put that away temporarily. Okay. We're homing in on it here. Which one of these is it gonna be? So this is at 498 as heavy. I assume it's not better as quality. Also, although Millwood is certainly better for PvP, the Warcry, in PvE, the Warcry is kind of bad. It's not split damage, though, which is pretty big. This is kind of better as Sharp, even though... Bro, this thing really is best as sharp in the long run. Like, it's raw and then into sharp. If you want to, like, main this weapon, you stay raw for a long fucking time. And then eventually, once you're way higher level and you can afford it, you go sharp. Because, like, it's, you know, the raw, it's almost exactly as good. So... the thing is, if I level up more, I would level more dex. Although I might level more attunement. So right now, this gets more from scaling, but it would get less from scaling if I only leveled dex. Like, it's getting more now because I have so much strength. That, like, every level up after that, that will fall off. That'd be so weird if I had this thing randomly sharp, even if I was on a quality build. But let me look at... I gotta see this thing's AR versus Millwood Axe's AR. Let me whip out a calculator here. Why does Dark Souls cover up the calculator? Okay. Let's see. Millwood was what, 483? Because this gets 210 from lightning. 194 from physical, and then 95 from scaling. So it's 499. But that is split damage. So, little iffy. But it looks cooler. And then this one is... oh, it's the 210 doesn't change. Yeah, the lightning part of it, that's why it's broken. Is because the lightning part is not even based on scaling in any way, shape, or form. And that must be why it gets so good raw. But yeah, because it's literally the same no matter what. And then this one is 495. So wow, even as quality, sharp is better. There's no way around this. Sharp is just better for this. Because if I level up more, it would be dex, not strength. So, that's so fucked up though. So it's at like, was it 499 with a huge stat investment versus no stat investment at all, and it gets 483. Chat, this has to be an oversight on their part. Like, that's just so ridiculous. Like, that's absolutely ridiculous. And don't, you know, there's some weapons that are like designed to be good raw, and I'm sure this thing was intended to be good raw, but like not that good. Jesus. I mean, we might as well make it sharp though, because we're not going to need the sharp gem for anything else. So, I don't see why not. Give ourselves a tiny stat increase. Yeah, 497. Okay, we'll probably use that over Millwood, because the Millwood weapon art is just kind of a pain. Our quality axe is a Dex Dragon Slayer axe. How about that? Okay, and then you can use that if the enemy doesn't give a fuck about fire. Oh yeah, there is the fact that this is straight damage, one damage type. So this the Millwood Battle Axe absolutely does more damage, unless they're weak to lightning. Actually, by a pretty significant amount, the Millwood Axe will do more damage. Like, your AR needs to be way higher when it's split damage. Like, so much higher. Okay, now the Twin Spears, which also I get the feeling will be better as sharp. Okay, I think I go ahead and give them a +10 because I like them so much. It's fine, and it's good to be able to see their actual scaling. Okay. Well, they're definitely better as sharp than strength, even though I have more points into strength. Than I'm so far the build we're making is actually better as a as a dex build. Okay, it is slightly better refined, but not by a lot. Okay, there's one of our refined gems. Okay, Lucerne, I do believe we saw was better as refined. Let's double check. Yeah, it is. It's only going down by 10 in the base. And it's going up by more than 10 as refined. Although, because of the two-handed... Oh, no, that's sharp. That's not, it's not heavy. Why is this better at sharp? Wait, what is it right now? It is heavy. Is that not counting two-handing? What the fuck? It's got A in strength. Okay, hold on. What is going on here? Okay, two-handed Lucerne is 444. Nice and easy to remember that. This game is so much nicer to Dex than Elden Ring. It's kind of funny. I've always known this. Like, Dex has always been really good in Dark Souls 3, but it is crazy the contrast here. Okay, as sharp. As sharp, it's slightly less if two-handed, 438. And then as refined, then it is 445. Chat, refined gains 1 AR. But if I level Dex more, like we go up to 40 Dex, then it will gain more than that. But right now, we'll save the gem because it's a 1 AR difference is just who cares. Let's see. The other item would be the Wolf Greatsword and Profound, which don't take. They don't take an infusion gem, thankfully. Oh, that's a slab. That's my last one, so let's be careful here. It's going to be one of these two. The question is, which one? Dragon Slayer Great Axe is really cool. Wow, that costs a lot of souls. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. I bought more than I needed, I think. Okay, so they're very comparable. This one has more damage, but this one's faster. So these are like incredibly balanced against each other. I think I gotta make this complicated. Very cool poke. I do believe this gets a slight AR boost during these R2s. So they added fire damage. I don't think it's a lot, but yeah, it is a little bit higher. This does look nice. What's the weapon art on this? Cool. Oh, then it keeps the fire buff with that one, so you can actually see what it gets. 607. What's it without? 527. Actually, it's not a terrible buff. Interesting. And then this thing, good bit faster. Not the best R2 there off memory. That one was good though. I got people with that and so much in PvP, like so much. And what I would do against players that I knew weren't like good enough, like especially in a chaotic situation, if it was like 3v2 or crazy shit like that, is I would throw this out. Not that, this fucking inputs in this game. I would throw this out a few times just to condition them for it, right? I'd like kind of show them in the stance, and I kind of throw that out when I know it's not gonna work, just so they get kind of used to that and they think that's what I do. And then you, when maybe you whiff one of these and they're rolling in on you, then you hit them with that. That worked a lot. Oh yeah, Stora's Greatsword is pretty awesome. My brother really liked that weapon. He used it a lot. It's actually, that might be a usable weapon for us too. Did I loot it? I did. So it is usable for us because it is somewhat quality, but it definitely favors Dex over Strength, which we are the other way around. This thing is very good in PvP. Because you can pretty safely just be doing like the typical stuff, you know, with this. These moves are really good in PvP. But like, it's easy to dodge, but you can kind of condition them for it and use it for anti-aggro. And then when it's kind of safe, you can poke at them with this. And if it lands, you can like one-shot people with that thing with Leo Ring. And you can do the non-charge version. You get them kind of conditioned to that. And then all of a sudden, right, like, it's so good because the startup looks the same. So they're just really used to you being like really defensive with this move and this move, and then sometimes mixing up with the pokes, and you just got them used to that. And then, oh, I can get closer. Yeah, this weapon's awesome. This is a very, very fun PvP weapon. By the way, that right there is why I like PvP more than PvE. And there's more to it than just that, but that's a huge part of it. Because in PvE, none of that matters. You're gonna hit every fucking enemy with either this or with this, right? That's all you're gonna do. That's it. You don't need to use it. None of the other stuff makes, you know, all the cool mix-up and reasons to use your moveset. And like the mind games and understanding what your moveset does and like how you use it, none of it matters in PvE. None of it matters in PvE. You just are one souls, and occasionally weapons use a little bit more than that. But like, it sucks. It sucks like having like something as awesome as this weapon has so many mind games. There's so much to like learn with this thing. Like, if you're really wanting to main this weapon in PvP, there's just so much to like master. And it's great. It's so much fun. But yeah, in PvE, there's almost none of that matters. This is a nice looking weapon too. Like, fuck. Maybe we do get up to 40-40 and use this thing. What do you think, chat? I mean, this thing's no joke, and the fire is really cool. Right? You're incentivized to act in PvE even to at least use your weapon art once to get that flame buff going. I'm kind of leaning towards this one, chat. What do you think? And it's kind of in the theme of the other weapon we're using, which is this one, right? Because this also has fire. Like, I mean, eventually we could probably use both, and we'd use this one with like Leo Ring or something. It is, man, this thing is good. I get why my brother mained this weapon now, because it only weighs 8. Right, for a big boy, and this thing gets, like, even though it doesn't do as much damage as the other ultras, it gets the same hyper armor, right? You get the exact same hyper armor. Someone trades into this, you get to bonk the shit out of them, stun lock them forever. Then you can, and then Leo Ring can really make up for its lower damage. And then it being that light is awesome. Like, fuck, this thing's good. If you have to fight someone using Murky Hand Scythe, though, you're not gonna have a good time. Because they can, like, when you're doing this shit, they can sneak hits in without having to risk hit trading. Fucking Murky's Hand Scythe, dude. It's the dumbest weapon they ever made. It's probably the most broken weapon in Dark Souls 3. For PvP, anyway. They done fucked up with that one. Like, the dumbest weapons are like, Pontiff Knight Curved Sword. I don't even remember which straight sword is the best. I want to say in PvP it's the Ring of Night one. I want to say this is the best one, and it's because the stats work out pretty well. And off memory, the weapon art was actually decent every once in a while, but it was mainly the main things you use on straight sword in PvP is like the running attack and obviously just all the R1 bullshit. I want to say Ringed City was one of the better straight swords in PvP, but it's been so long, and also a lot of people would agree to just not use straight swords in PvP, because they were just so good and just everywhere. Like, when people would duel, a lot of times they just wouldn't because they were just fucking stupid. There were some spears that were good at PvP, but yeah, I'm pretty sure Murky Hand Scythe was #1. It was a monster. I kind of want to fight an enemy to just show that even though this is higher AR, that this is going to do more damage, and I'm kind of... Okay, I think Profaned Greatsword, though, is our pick. I feel bad, though. Like, this thing is sick, and I really like the, like, bronze or, like, gold or whatever on the bottom of the blade there. That just looks cool. Like, this thing is nice. I mean, plenty of people use straight swords in PvP, especially like in invading and going to Londo. But like if you were like dueling someone on like Discord or something like that, it'd be pretty common to just be like, no straight sword, because like people just got so sick of that shit. And a lot of the tournaments would ban straight sword, and sometimes they'd ban curved. Actually, they'd ban curved, regular curved swords a lot as well. Like they're just dumb as shit. Okay, so this thing does need to be infused. And what is it looking like? Oh my god! Chat, it's so weird. In Elden Ring, it's very difficult to find any reason to be Dex. Like, it's actually weird, like, the contrast. Because in Elden Ring, for one, the way two-handing works in Elden Ring is just favors so much. Like, just so fucking much. And then if you're two-handing, strength, you know, gets the big bonus, and it's the way to go. You get a pretty substantial defense buff if you're strength in Elden Ring. But man, there are so many items in Dark Souls 3 that are just so good as Dex, I've noticed. And because they maintain some of the strength scaling, they're actually like sick as hell. So refined, no, sharp is better than refined right now. That would change eventually. Dude, this thing is good if you just go ham on. Man, every weapon we're using right now would be better if we were like mostly Dex and then like a bit of strength. Except for the Ring of Night Sword. That is the only one that is actually like really benefiting from the setup that we have. But that's the main weapon we're going to use. That is wild right there though. Holy fuck, and it's one of these that gets S. It's S before plus 10. So it's another one you could use as lightning. Damn. Boy, some of these weapons, man, FromSoft just was very favorable to. Holy fuck. So right now this thing's better as sharp, but we're probably not going to use it this second. I think we're going to go, this bad boy. I do think this one's better, especially because it's lighter, but this thing is just really cool. And, kind of want to see what we can do with it. So yeah, we'll make this one plus 5. Alright. Goddamn, our next playthrough, we might do a Stora Great Sword here and Drake Twin Spears as lightning. Both of them as lightning. Go like lightning Dex. And that seems pretty cool actually. Doesn't seem half bad. Man, I remember sometimes me and my brother would host in Londo, and just be me and my brother, so the two of us, and we would try to get 4 invaders in, but we would try to use the map and all that, and that was a lot of fun, good times. And he would use that big boy sword there, that Stora Great Sword, a lot. And then, God, I loved invading Cathedral of the Deep, and invading Londo, of course. Like everyone invaded Londo. That was kind of the place. Okay, so these are our options here. I'm pretty happy with these. Now, what do we use for Frida, chat? Now, because you're backstabbing, technically you should just go for your highest AR for the because most of your damage comes from backstabbing. Which is probably this, even though man, you could have a lot higher AR than that. For the different setup. Let's see. No Estus ring with this setup. Might be able to go without the hovel ring. Let's see. This thing can still do some of the pokey stuff that the Historic Greatsword can, but the weapon art doesn't, like, mix up with it. what would I need to do here? Damn, we look cool though. I love this armor set. But if we wanted to be slightly lighter, I mean, that right there is enough to hit the break point, but now our fashion is fucked up. Okay, we made it worse. There's not a lot of black helmets that are light. That's kind of the problem. You could go helmetless, but I love helmets, dude. No, 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 no. Okay, that works. Thorny boy. Not terrible, Drip. I mean, I like thorns quite a bit. Okay, this is decent. I don't want to level up a little bit. Not really for Frida in particular, but just like I want more endurance with the kind of weapons we're using now. And FP as well, so I could use my weapon arts more. You know what? We'll level up. We're gonna cheat on the Firekeeper, chat. We're gonna level up with the other Firekeeper. Gonna make everybody mad. She's cooler. Although she's like kind of out of it when she becomes a Firekeeper. Holy fuck, why is this game like this? I tell you what though, that Lothric sword was doing work on that previous build, and it can do that on any build. I'm pretty sure it gets S scaling in Int if you want to do that. And then it seems to have really good scaling as refined as well.
Oh, sweet champion of Ash. Let souls be your strength.
So I'm pretty sure she moves out here because Firekeepers are not allowed to meet. That's like a thing that they said in Dark Souls 1. They don't really explain that either, but yeah, that's why she leaves that area. I mean, we could do more decks. Like, damn, look at that. We're getting, chat, we're getting pretty meaty AR right there. We shouldn't. Like, we should really get some fucking endurance. Like, we have 11 endurance. But damage, though. Okay, I'm doing that. And I kind of want to get to 40-40. Look at 613. What do we get with this? 693. Pretty nice. That made this a little bit stronger, but not much. Probably made this a good bit better. Yeah, 507 now. It's still gonna lose to Millwood. Let's test that, but there's no way. I love how Millwood is heavy, even though we're quality. Although it might be better as refined now. I need a lighter, simple item. Okay, let's find a, God, why do they make it so annoying to get back? Ring of Night, that should be a tanky enough enemy. Or one of those big fat boys. Yeah, those guys will work. Where's a good bonfire for that? There's the one at the very start. Yeah, we'll just do that. I don't even know who that is, Ziggy. Oh, is that the NPC version? Oh no, we forgot to come talk to her. Damn it. She has all kinds of dialogue if you come back and talk to her. She dies no matter what, but cause she even tells you, you know, she's kind of only gonna be able to handle this for so much longer. Damn it. She's awesome. I totally forgot. I think after you fight the Demon Prince, you can come back and talk to her more. No, we did not get a player. Like, ain't nobody doing that shit. Also, when I did it, I was lower level. Ain't no one doing Ringed City at like level 80. Alright. 300 and something. You piece of shit. Is that 340? It's really hard to see. I cannot see with how much I'm having to move when I hit them. 336. Hard to tell if that was a counter hit or not. 340. That damage is the Millwood is winning, but that is closer than I would have thought. Maybe he doesn't have good lightning resist though. Boy, that is so hard to see. That is way closer than I thought. But yeah, it could just be his lightning resistance and anything special or something. Well, that makes me happy though, because I want to use this one. Although there's also a chance that we're not being optimal with Millwood with all that new dex we just got. Holy fucking shit. That felt good. Oh, that felt real good. Try out the main weapon for this build. Oh, that's nice. That feels good too. Hey, this weapon's good. Absolutely. Now. Why do I hear an angel? Didn't I kill all of them? Did I miss one? Did we miss an angel? Huh. Okay. Let's check refined. It's crazy though, you can have a build this complete and competent, and we're not like even 100 yet. Because, you know, PvP is mostly at 120, at least back in the day it was. Now, God, it's all over the fucking place, but, let's see. So, it is better as refined now. Not by a huge amount, but that means it'd be even better though compared to Dragon Slayer Axe. But I'm gonna go with Dragon Slayer Axe because it is cool. Not that Millwood isn't cool. I mean, this is a perfectly cool axe. Like, don't get me wrong. I would fucking love this thing in Elden Ring, but although I tell you, God, you don't understand how happy I'd be if they're like, yep, the 4th armor set in the Tarnished Edition is Kraton, and we get Dragon Slayer Axe. I'd be so fucking happy with that. But that's not happening. Because they're already adding in a Lucatiel, so I really doubt the 4th set is going to be Dark Souls 2. Not really sure what it is going to be, though. Hard to predict that. Yeah, we got to beat Soul Cinder and Frida. Gonna go do Frida now. Although and I'm starving. I need to eat something real quick. I got like a shitty microwave meal I can eat. Hold me over. One moment. Alright, chat. My apologies, that took longer than I thought because I was talking to my brother. Because real life is a thing, chat. Now, let me finish my food here while we chat for a minute here, chat, and then we'll chat with chat, but then we'll get to Frida. I don't believe you. What, you don't believe that real life is a thing? It's all virtual. You guys are AIs. I'm the only real human. Or you're the real human and I'm the AI? Did you all behave while I was gone? I feel like no. One thing I don't like about streaming these games is why I kind of stream them in bursts. They're a lot less interactive with chat. My viewers these days are way more into Arknights, so. And I still like Arknights, like, Arknights is great. I do say the dead internet theory is slowly becoming real, I swear. Chat, I'm telling you, this is going to be a huge hit because you get to be the main character. This is going to be a huge hit. They're going to start making games that are like MMOs, but you're the only real player and everyone else is AI, and they're just very, very convincing. And like, the AI will get good enough where they'll be like really convincing, but it'll be set up in a way where you're always the guy. Like, you get to be the most important person, but like, I'm telling you, dude, that is fucking coming, and that is going to be so popular. And then you're going to have like NPCs and shit that like you can really interact with, right? There'll be like chatbots, and because chatbots are already getting quite advanced, and you give it 5-10 years, oh boy. 1 GPU per NPC. Yep. Definitely gonna always be online. That is the biggest hurdle, though, is the electricity and all that kind of stuff necessary. But I mean, look at early cell phones versus now. I mean, look at that shit. You know, that's going to happen as well, most likely, unless we just hit a real hurdle. Chat, this is the sad part about getting old, is you don't get to complete the game. Right, it just keeps on going. And it's been so fascinating in my life seeing technology advance and the changes and the degradation of our culture, but you know, that's different. But you know, AI is probably going to really be getting places and shit when I'm out of here. If the world's not blown the fuck up, kids are going to have like holodecks and shit. It's going to be absurd. And then real humans don't interact with each other anymore. That's going to be the real sad part. I am the peak of technology. What, you're the AI here? I always say though, with all the born too early, too late stuff, we were born just in time for Frequency's music. So, I'll take it. Alright, I don't remember how to do this boss fight at all. So we're just winging this shit. How, do you have to hit him? I can't remember. I really should have leveled endurance, by the way. Our green bar with a big boy weapon like this is pretty rough.
Bring me my flail. Ah, Frida. What stops thine ears? Please, my flail, right away.
Born just in time to hate on Dragon's Dogma 2. I wish that wasn't the case, dude. I want to like that game. I love the first one, but it's so bad. It's just such an insult.
Canst thou not see? The flame skin,
Hey, Marps.
seen blood surge. I can see it, feel it.
If I remember correctly, Frida is an Ashen one like you are, but she, like, abandoned her job.
Fret not, Father. We have no need of thy flail. 'Tis only the flame quivering at misguided ash. Please avert thine eyes. I will snuff out these ashes for good.
Her lips aren't even moving. One of these days, FromSoft is going to figure that out. I don't remember this fight very well. Can't you do like the double slash with this? Can you backstab that? Oh, that fucking stagger. I think I got on her too soon there. Oh, you were supposed to backstab. That's so bullshit because, like she didn't go into the stance, so I thought I did it too soon. But then it's just like, nope, just kidding. Okay, game. Yeah, I guess she just goes into it no matter what. Okay, hold on. Let me try this again. They made the mouths move in the Demon Souls remaster. It weirds me out. Yeah. Yeah, and Elden Ring occasionally lips move if it's like a real close-up shot. But you can even tell they try not to have too many shots that show their mouths too clearly. Like I think when Godric is talking and stuff, it's like a close-up, his mouth moves. But yeah, they're not good at that kind of stuff. They never have been. Phase 1 is kind of boring. I wonder. Aww. I have so little endurance. Oh my god, I should have leveled endurance. That was a huge mistake. Oh, you bitch. Dude, I can only swing like twice. Yeah, I definitely should have leveled endurance. That's fucked up. I could switch weapons if need be. God, this fight is so annoying, dude. And like, if you take a lot of damage, you should just reset. It's like the actual fights later. Yeah, maybe we switch weapons. Just because our endurance here is pretty. We'll see. Rosaria save us. No, it'll be fine. I do need to be equipping my like soul gain boost though when I beat bosses. I put so many of our playthrough souls into like weapon upgrade material that for weapons we ended up not using. This is why going into the game with a plan is a good idea. And I tell you what's not good is I still don't know what the hell I'm gonna do in the Tarnished edition of Elden Ring. Although to be fair, we don't know what like the new weapons and stuff even are, so kind of hard to plan. I might just look at the stats of the new classes and then like make a build based off what their starting stats are. I'm not really sure why that wasn't a backstab, but okay. Oh, I wanted that dunk. Dude, you swing twice and then you can't roll. That is just atrocious, dude. Also, her damage output is obscene. Yeah, there's new classes for Elden Ring coming up. One, the translations for them are like heavily armored knight, and then I don't remember the other one. The other one's got green armor though, chat. Thankfully on PS5, I only have 3 characters, so if on PS5, I'll have plenty of room. Probably stop fucking around so much. Like, the optimal way to do this fight is really boring. He's being a nerd. I could probably hit her twice there. I just have no endurance if I do that. What? Okay, she's cheating. She did not go where she jumped. I think she gave up. That is so weird, bro. That's so fucking weird. I don't think the game even knew what was going on there. God, if I had endurance, I could just destroy her with this thing.
Return from whence thou camest.
God, I hate phase 1 of this fight. It's so lame. Like, she can just kill you like it's nothing, but then, like, if you're just patient, she'll never hit you with anything. How do I beat Pontiff? Dodge good. If you want actual good advice, like... one, the second phase is a lot easier than the first phase, so just get to the second phase. It really helps. You can parry his initial charge if you practice, and that makes it really easy to get to the second phase. And then if you're truly struggling, you can use this shield right here. You still want to dodge a lot, but like if there's a specific move that you're struggling with, you can use this and just keep your block up when you're not ready to dodge in case he does a really fast move. This shield is really good because it blocks fire, magic, and physical all really well. But yeah, I mean, it's basically just dodge good. Also level your fucking health. Always level your health. It's just so stupid, dude. Like, that's so Elden Ring right there. It's like you only get hit 'cause you're trying to get your souls back, and then it's just like, oh, it goes all your life. Like, this first phase is not hard. It's just annoying to do it if you don't want to take a bunch of damage. Yeah, you should always have like 40 vigor as fast as possible. And then, you know, leading up to getting 40 vigor, just use a weapon that's got good damage without scaling, right? Which there are loads of weapons like that. You know, raw Lucerne works, raw Dragon Slayer, axe works, broadsword, like raw broadsword's really good. And you just use any kind of weapon that's good without needing dex or strength, and then just pump health first. Dude, that's so bullshit. That's so bullshit. That's like 1 frame. Absolutely no way, dude. Dude, 99 vigor is not even terrible. Like, obviously it gets massive diminishing returns, but you just do Dragon Slayer Axe. You do raw Dragon Slayer Axe. You have good enough damage forever, and then you just keep getting more and more health. Like, totally viable to go 99 vigor if you're going to do that. I think the real, though, meta with Dragon Slayer Axe is you go like 50 vigor, then you get some kind of spell stat, like as an I mean, for PvE you don't really need to, I guess. But yeah, if you got that Dragon Slayer Axe, you could like go to Rosaria to respec. So you get the minimum stats to use the Dragon Slayer Axe. So you would respec at Rosaria to get 18 strength, 14 dex, right? And then you make it raw, right? Use the raw stone on it. And then you put the rest of your points into health. Maybe a couple of points into endurance if you need it, but mostly just into health. That's very good early game. You have really good damage, and then all that health means you won't just explode. That's like the biggest mistake people have been making with Elden Ring and Dark Souls 3 is they just don't level their fucking health. They do it like last. They level up their offensive stats, then they start leveling health. It's completely backwards. I hate this fight so much. Again, it's not really hard. It's Like, she's so easy if you're just patient, right? If you don't try to do anything weird and you just bait out all of her punishable moves, this fight is so fucking easy. But it's like so miserable to play it that way. But then you try to play it normal and you just get hit by like a 1-frame startup and you lose half your life. It's just like, the fuck is this? So what I do, I was soloing with Recluse the other day. I literally just picked a bunch of gems to give me vigor. And there's the one gem that just says increases your max health from a boss, and it gives you 5 vigor. It doesn't tell you that, but that's what it does. You can get like plus 11 vigor, and that's enough. It's enough, and it's not a problem anymore. And like her dodge is just so good. Like her dodge is just broken as fuck. So as long as you have a nice extra chunk of health, and look for like at least have one item that has like damage negation at max HP. Just one item like that will make her tanky enough that you're not gonna get one shot. Dude, I'm so sick of losing that much fucking life over just something so fucking stupid. How the fuck, dude? Dude, she sucks, dude. She is just pure Elden Ring. Like that delay attack there, there is no visual indicator when to dodge at all. It is pure memorization, just 1000%. She just delay, and then it just teleports into your face. Like Gale was not that bad at that kind of stuff. Like Gale is ultimately harder than her, I would say, like on a technical level. But like she just has so much like lamer shit that's just pure memorization. Cannot stand this shit. Oh, strength is vigor in a different language or something? Wow, that's rough. Poor guy. God, I need like a throwing knife or something to get her to stop being a bitch. Like, see, look at that. What is wrong with this game? Right? Like, that's exactly what I hate in these games. Like, look at the Centaur boss in Night Rain, right? When he leaps into the air. When he actually starts coming down, he comes down at a speed that you can actually, like, kind of get a feel for and, on the you know, dodged. You don't have to memorize it. Everything Frida is doing right now is just pure memorization because they're like, hey, we need this boss to be hard, so let's just make it so their attacks don't actually have travel time. They just go from delay literally into hurting you, so you just have to see the move a bunch and memorize it. Like, it's just garbage, dude. And like, Dark Souls 3 does not have a lot of it, but oh my god, like when it does, it's just the same shit as Elden Ring. What sucks about her is you can prevent her from doing any of these moves by just being patient and baiting out certain stuff over and over, but it's so fucking boring. Like shit, like just like I just cannot fathom this shit, dude. It's like, how did you design this? And you yeah, this is fine. And like her first phase again is ultimately not very hard. It's just so tedious. And it's like you because you know the fight is so long, you don't want to waste, you know, 4 or 5 flasks learning this stupid bullshit. I just cannot stand these bosses going from like, you know, neutral position or during their delay attack into the attack is already hitting you with absolutely no travel time. I cannot fathom that kind of game design. So fucking garbage. Like, it's just pure cheapness to try to force you to struggle, essentially. I don't know why she keeps doing this so much. Like, I didn't react to that in any way. I just knew to wait longer from last time. Holy fuck that damn. If I used Leo Ring, that would obliterate her. So fucking stupid, dude. Oh my god. And then you get impatient and you just take all of your fucking life instantly. So garbage. She just hit him. That's funny. Like, I didn't even react to that. I just dodged because I assumed she was going to do some instant bullshit. So I just dodged for no reason. And it worked. You're so lame! I don't even remember what resurrects her for phase 2. I remember what resurrects her in phase 3, obviously. I guess he does. Did we really hit her so hard that there's that much blood? I'm just saying. Like, she's just like completely bleeding out here, like, dear God. He's taking this rather well. But somehow this resurrects her. I don't really understand. Oh, the fire like ember forms her, I think, or something like that. I don't know. But that's what it looks like with the glow there. I do like how they make you think this is like the final phase, because you even get loot after this phase. Oh my god, my endurance is going to be such a problem for this part. Oh, this is not it. This is going to be a problem. Her damage is really good with this thing. Oh, is she healing? Oh my god, you bitch. What? You know, sometimes I think these two may not have the healthiest relationship. That fucking delay. Yeah, they really want you to think that's the end, because you get fucking loot, but it's a goddamn lie. And this is the only part of the fight that's actually like a real boss fight, but it's kind of trial and error. And then, while trying to remember / learn it, you have to go through those first 2 phases again. I don't know why. There's a very specific reaction to that you need to do that lets you punish it, and I don't remember what it is. I forgot about that. Oh, it's literally the same thing, but way faster. Oh, joy.
Leave us
Okay,
being
anime.
passion
It's
words,
so fucking
sweep all
bullshit.
thought of us from thy mind.
Dude, this fight is just basically a straight up Elden Ring fight. It's like the exact same thing. It's just a bunch of nonsense that you cannot possibly react to, and you just have to memorize it. That is all it is. It's just like, purely an Elden Ring fight. And this is the game design I hate in Souls games. And it became very prevalent in Elden Ring. Now, it went away in Night Rain. They stopped doing it in Night Rain. So I'm hoping this shit is gone, but it's just such a tempting thing for devs because it's such an easy way to make something hard. And frankly, a lot of players are so stupid, they don't know the fucking difference. Like, they're memorizing it one way or the other. I could not tell you why that worked. Fuck. Fuck that lamp, by the way. I can never tell which way she's leaping with that, unless it's forward. That was my favorite lamp. Nah, nah, nah. Probably 4 and 5, or just 4? I heard that shit. You know what? That was not worth it, but it looked cool. Oh gosh, she's healing. Just out damage it, forehead. So this big move she does at the start, there is a reliable way to punish it, and I don't remember what it is. I remember when you know, it's like good anytime she does it, but yeah, I don't fucking remember. That just seems impossible because like I'm dodging so late and it's still hitting me. I could not fathom what the fuck I could do differently there. Guess she went that way. I guess she went that way. I should have just swung. That wasn't worth trying to backstab. probably just heal just to be safe. Of course. You gotta really watch where she's jumping there. A lot of these you should just rolling attack punish. Of course, you just leap forward like that fucking far, dude. Okay, it's enough of that bullshit. So that's not really any different than at low level. At low level, you just put like the shield ring on, and it just takes a bit longer, but it's the same principle. Because with shield ring on, she's not gonna one-shot you. I forgot to put the fucking ring on that gives you more souls. They'll never catch me. What are you talking about? But speaking of that emote, Fenrir, I wish Kiba was here because he's like the champion of that emote. But the other day, I was walking across a bridge over like a river, and I'm kind of just chilling, and I see a duck, right? Mother duck, and she had like 4 ducklings with her, and I cannot express how much I thought of chat with that fucking emote when this happened. Like, in real life, right? In real time, I'm thinking of that fucking emote, that running emote you all use. Because, like, the mother ducklings just swimming around, looking around, and the ducklings are following her. One of them is like sticking to her, like really like locked in, following her nice and like making sure it does not get lost. And the other 3 are being kind of, you know, loose with it. And at one point, the mother duck kind of turns off into like this like grass, like there's like a little path through the grass on the side of the river. So you won't see her, right, like from the main river. And one duck that's following her, right, is fine, right? Just keeps following her, no problem. The other 3 are kind of start wandering around, and then they're that fucking emote. I just saw them so clearly, right? Like they're not paying attention. They're kind of just like swimming around, doing whatever with that fucking idiot look on their face. And then they realize that they lost track of the mother duck, and they just start like freaking out. And I'm just like, yep, that's chat. I fucking believe it. But anyway, the mom turned around, and then they saw her, and they came running. But and no one died. Yeah, the one obedient child, and then the rest are just that fucking running emote. What's that emote even called? It is free run. Yep, just dumbass not looking where they're going. And look at that, their eyes are closed. Their fucking eyes are closed. Okay. So, the only boss of note... Oh, there's still Nameless King. The only thing about Nameless King is I hate the first phase. I hate the first phase. It's way better in Elden Ring, even if you're like lower level, so the fight's like harder and stuff, because you can just super sprint to get away from the stupid dragon breath stuff. Like the first phase reminds me of Elden Ring dragons, which is not great. The second phase I wouldn't mind doing, but I really just, you know, it's so, the first phase is so fucking boring. Like, I would like to compare the second phase to it in Elden Ring to see if they changed anything, because I've done it in Elden Ring a few times now. But I don't know if I can put up with the fucking first phase right now. I tell you though, they definitely changed Dancer in Elden Ring. A lot of people are like, oh no, she's the same. She is not the same. She is way more aggro in Elden Ring. She will like just swing and then swing and then swing. Like she goes from one move to the next pretty rapidly. Where in Dark Souls 3, she does a lot of like sidestepping, just kind of staring at you to psych you out and that kind of shit. But like that'll get you wrecked when you're fighting multiple people. So they clearly cut that the fuck out. I've noticed that's something Elden Ring has changed a lot of with the bosses. Night Rain anyway, is that they kind of just go from one move to the next move. They don't wait around a lot. Yeah, Faith, you get lightning damage, so you can fuck up the first phase. We could do Dragon Slayer Axe to fuck up the first phase. It's only 210 lightning damage, though. This is where having, an actual Faith build is good. I might just do it later. I just don't give a fuck. And I know the second phase pretty well, especially because of Elden Ring now. Like, I fought him in Elden Ring a few times, so it's not that big of a deal. I would kind of like to see, though, if maybe he attacks faster in Elden Ring like Dancer does. He probably does, but... Well, maybe we do it real quick and we just see, like, how long the first phase is gonna take. It can get really boring. And, like, because you might die in the second phase, and that's fine, because the second phase is actually kind of fun, but then you have to go through the first phase again, and it's like, fuck. Oh yeah, we did Champion and all that quite a while ago. Not Hornet Ring. Maybe Lightning Defense Ring or something. Oh, the dragon is fire. Oh yeah, I don't have the plus versions. I think there are plus versions in the DLCs, I just didn't get them. I mean, Shield Ring's fine. Oh, I have way more equip load now. How much drip can we get? All of it. We can actually bulk up if we want to. Elite Knight is lighter than Knight Armor. That is so strange. Most of the bulkier stuff I have, though, I don't have enough to make that fashion work. And one must have fashion. Where is... I need to clean up my fucking inventory. Slightly better. I mean, this is cool. I do like Drakeblood. You could just go with a lighter set, though, and maybe wear, like, the Grass Crest shield or something. And we'll try this. I do like Drakeblood a lot. My favorite boss is, I mean, Twin Prince. They're just too much fun, but, I do like Champion Gundyr, but he's not my favorite. Some of his follow-ups are a bit silly. Or you just have to memorize them. He feels kind of like someone in my chat said this, and I didn't really agree. Gundyr is kind of like a Crucible Knight in Elden Ring once they have the tail. Where, like, the reasonable thing you could punish, you have to just not punish, and then let him do the tail swipe, and then punish that instead. You know, Gundyr will just do, like, some follow-ups that are kind of like that. But I do like Gundyr, though. I definitely like him more than Crucible Knight. And, like, I love Pontiff. I think if you don't overstat him, and, you know, you don't have a shield or parry or any of that, and you gotta really get in there and enjoy his moveset, I think Pontiff is my favorite. Hi, Nameless. Your texture quality is not quite as good here. That is so bullshit. That is so bullshit. That does look mighty cool, though. Oh, here we go again. There's just no way. You're just gonna get hit by it every fucking time. And what's stupid is if you stay near him, he has a different one that will hit you if you're near him no matter what you do. Like, it's just garbage, dude. Die, 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 die. Thank fuck. Okay, that's not... We can kill it fast enough. That's not that annoying. So I like how his phase transition is totally different in Elden Ring. He like just jumps off and then jumps down. 'Cause they don't have time for all this fancy stuff. Yeah, I imagine big boy lightning though will really take care of that phase. Probably bad here though. He's probably lightning resistant actually. I was expecting that to be more Elden Ring speed, so I almost got hit. Okay, there's the Elden Ring. I tell you what, in Elden Ring, there's less clouds though, so you can actually see him more clearly. Fuck, it made me roll from like trying to roll before. I just fucking hate that about these games. Okay, this is just getting silly. I remember when I did this guy at low level though, like I fought him enough to like really memorize him. He's actually pretty easy once you memorize his stuff. Because he doesn't really do anything like weird. It's mainly just, you know, delay fire like a laser nonsense. And he's not like too bad about that kind of stuff. But yeah, I remember when I did this at like super low level, he was one of the easier bosses. Like Osiris was the one that just made everything horrible. That is fucking dumb as hell. That grab is definitely easier in Elden Ring because they added the sound cue to all grabs, so you can like kind of intuit when to dodge them. Which I'm very happy about, honestly. It's just good game design, but for him in particular, that does make him easier. The dodge timing though for that airstrike is exactly the same in Elden Ring. That is so bullshit, dude. I mean, he felt pretty much the same. It's a bit harder to see, really. But yeah, he almost plays identical, I'd say. I mean, he's harder here because you can't see as well, and you don't have super sprint, and you don't have the sound cue for the grab. Now there might be some characters in Night Rain that he might actually be harder for, because like the bird, for example, has a weaker dodge. Right? Also, your character Night Rain, you know, doesn't necessarily be optimal, right? With stats, like with health, some of them have so little health, right? But some of them it's easier because you've got your ultimate and all that kind of stuff. That lightning strike annoys me so much though, because that weapon people would use in PvP a decent amount, especially gankers. And the PvP version of it, and I used PvP a lot, so it's what I was used to. The second pretty much the spear hit the sky, and the animation is kind of intuitive when it's going to hit the sky, right? The lightning bolt would strike. But in the boss fight, it strikes like just a moment later. So if you dodge kind of when you would expect, like when the sword hits the sky, and like it was in PvP, then you roll and then it hits you because you get roll caught. So it's kind of dumb. But yeah, I kind of got used to that timing in Elden Ring, and it carried over here like perfectly. So he's quite similar. Dancer feels the most different. Like she just doesn't do the whole like stare at you walking calmly and waiting nonsense in Elden Ring. Like her frame data is the same when she is attacking. The frame data seems to be exactly the same. But I definitely think they changed her to be less passive. I would say like 60% of Nameless King's moveset is pretty fun, but then like 40% of it is just stuff you have to memorize, and there's just no way around it. And look, I like when moves are pretty damn tough, and like most people are gonna memorize it and deal with it that way, right? But I want it to be possible to deal with it the very first time you ever see it, right? But like that lightning strike that he does, there's no way you're gonna, unless you get lucky, you know, you can get lucky and just coincidentally time it right, but there's nothing to help you out. And I just think Night Rain does so much better, because a lot of Night Rain bosses give people loads of trouble, and most people won't even try to solo them, like because they do so bad in teams. But there's a few exceptions. Some things in Night Rain are fucked up, but most of the big moves, there is some kind of cue in the animation that really will help you out. Like, you know, like I said earlier, the big Night Lord slam move in phase 2, when he like opens up the rift. You know, you can clearly see that what's actually hitting you is the explosion coming out of the ground, right? So then you can be like, oh yeah, just don't roll as soon as he slams into the ground. You know, you actually need to dodge the ground explosion, not him, right? You can see that. There's a lot of stuff like that in Night Rain that kind of points you in the right direction to figure an attack out, other than just keep doing it until you memorize the just random knack you gotta learn, right? Like, that's just stupid. Yeah, Night Rain just feels so much better than all the other games, actually. It's spoiled me. Because all of those annoying moves that dragons do, there can still be a bit hard to deal with in Night Rain, but you can deal with them, right? Like the fucking first phase there, those stupid dragon breaths. Because the whole problem with the dragon breaths in that first phase is there's one that if you're hanging out near Nameless King, like swinging at his feet and shit like that, and even his neck, he'll jump straight up and fire breath straight down and make such a large like spread out that you can't, no matter if you start running immediately, you won't be able to get away, right? So that one punishes you for being near him, and then the other one where he like sweeps across the screen, you know, super fast and just huge hitbox, that one is like the opposite, where it punishes you for not being near him. It's just garbage. Where in Night Rain, you can kind of split the difference and be kind of in the middle, and if he does either one of those two moves, you can get out of the way in time with the super sprint. It's close, and you need to sprint in a smart direction. Like with the one I got hit with there, you need to kind of sprint like, you know, diagonally to the left or the right, depending on where you're standing and shit like that. But yeah, you can do it, right? It just feels better. And like Estelle feels so bad in the base game as a melee character. I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about if you've played it, because you just wait around so much until he does a couple of his moves that you can punish. Because if you get in there and try to just hit Estelle, anytime he decides to do Waves of Darkness, you're fucked. So you can't do that. You have to wait and wait and wait and wait. Where in Night Rain, you can just get in there and fight for fuck's sakes and just dodge around. And then when he does decide to do Waves of Darkness, you can get out of the way of it with Super Sprint. Right? Like, just so much better. Like, holy fuck. And technically, some of these bosses, you could do that kind of stuff with Torrent. But Torrent sucks. And that's, I think, what they were thinking with the dragons. A lot of the field bosses, right, with their kind of cheap breath attack bullshit, you can deal with on Torrent. The thing is, then for the rest of the fight, you have to be on Torrent, who can't dodge all the regular stuff, like the claw sweeps and all that kind of stuff. Where in Night Rain, you have like the benefit of Torrent without having to like go through the animation and lose your iframes and all that kind of shit. Yeah, Super Sprint is just all. I think Night Rain is just the best like version of these games. It just doesn't have enough content. That's just the whole problem. One big issue, and I will say this is a big issue, and the people that happen to main certain characters definitely feel this. Some of the characters are too strong, and some of the characters are too weak. Now that you can relate that to like some builds in these games in the that don't have preset characters are too strong and are too weak, right? There are some weapon setups and stat allocations that you can do that are just garbage. But it does suck if you really like a character and they're just, you know, clearly like a lot worse, especially at soloing. Like I think all the characters are good enough that you can solo everything with them, but some of them are like pretty obnoxious, and the RNG can affect them a lot, like on the field section. Yeah, they need to reuse more stuff. I mean, like there's so many enemies they didn't really use. Or they use them once for like a night boss and never again. Like you never like the snake guys in the manor, right? You don't see them. The regular revenant guys, you technically see them, but like only once ever, and it's very very rare. You only see the Kaled enemies in when the snow shattering earth event procs, right? And those are pretty fun, especially in a group. You combine those other enemies, that could be fun. They never really use the gladiator guys. One of the variants of the gladiator guys they actually never use at all. Like there's just so much stuff they don't use. And then with Dark Souls, they barely used anything, right? And I think they were being gun shy about that one, but they need to fix that shit. And having played Dark Souls 3 now, hot off the heels of Night Rain, I see clearly that I thought a lot of Dark Souls 3 enemies wouldn't be like tough enough. No. Like some of them you might need to make it where you can't backstab them, and I think they should do that for a lot of enemies, by the way. Like very much so. Like fighting banished knights like head on is a lot more fun than just backstab fishing them, but backstab fishing them is efficient. But I think there's a lot of enemies that, especially in Night Rain, because there's 3 of you. If you want to make that enemy interesting, you need to make it where you can't backstab them so easily. But you know, make it where you can still parry them and you can still stagger them and knock them down, so you can still get crits. You know, you don't want to like screw over Duchess or anything, but make it harder to get backstabs, or even go Bloodborne mode where you gotta get behind them and do that, right? Like that's fine too. Either way, but like a blue Lothric Knight is so much tougher than I thought. Like their moveset is much better than the Lindell Knight moveset, which I'm so surprised by. I did not think that was the case. I just kind of assumed, you know, because Elden Ring had taken several things from Dark Souls 3 and upgraded them. I just assumed that like the work that they had used from Lothric Knights, because I could tell that obviously the Lindell Knights and Flame Knights and all that were you know, reused Lothric Knights. But holy fuck, the Lothric Knights are way better. Like they're way tougher. And you got those big fat guys, like especially the golden variant with wings. Those guys are plenty fucking tough. Like there's loads of shit from Dark Souls that they should just bring over, and you can use them in a fun way. Make new nodes that can spawn on the map that use these enemies, right, and are thematic to those enemies. That'd be awesome. Super great. Really, how they got to fix that game is either add new maps or make way more Shattered Earth events, and make the Shattered Earth events like really specific. Like, hey, now this is basically the catacombs of Dark Souls 1, and put bone wheels in there, right, and do all that fun shit. Was it Marps in our chat that fell when we were doing that one, the city, and all that? Like, I was playing with somebody and they fell in that city map we were doing, and there was like a Revenant down there, and so that was kind of wild. But do that kind of shit with bone wheels. But yeah, way more. Yeah, and they didn't use the DLC at all. Well, they did. They used the demi-human katana guy and the hippo, but that was it. Like, bring out the centaur, crucible knight, right? Do that. You know, give us. And the only resonance bosses, you know, they did, or remembrance bosses, was like fucking Godric. Like, and he's good, and they upgraded him, and that was cool. I hope, though, I do hope to God that post-launch, if they do add more bosses from Dark Souls, that they touch them up a bit more. Some of them don't really need it, right? Like, to be fair, like Dancer's fine with them just cutting out her walking for so much and like not attacking. Like that's all she really needed. But some bosses are going to need a bigger facelift, because it's not just you're dealing with a Night Rain character who is potentially stronger. You are dealing with 3 players. Now, one thing I think they really need to address is, like, if you're in solo mode, some of the things need to operate differently. Because, like, inherently, what the enemies need to be able to do against 3 opponents is different than what they need to be able to do against 1, right? So yeah, they really need to adjust that. All right, Soul of Cinder time. Love this boss so much. We need to lower our damage, though. Because you are definitely not supposed to be, like, level 90 or whatever the fuck we are. I want to use a weapon I like, but then that is not... That I can, like, not upgrade all the way to 10. Like, do, like, +6 or something. Let's see. I mean, oh, no, I was going to say Lucerne, but we already +10'd it. You can't get a second one, I don't think. Greatsword's kind of too easy. It's just so fast, right? It's so easy to get your punishes in. There is pickaxe. Partisan, that's a fun weapon. Could use regular battle axe. Nothing OP about that one. It's a classic. Okay, yeah. I like that. Yeah, I agree. In phase 2, he should definitely gain resistance to lightning. I definitely agree with that.
What?
Guess refined. I'm not really going to use a gem. Maybe we lower our damage even more and just not have an infusion at all.
Pretty be careful with it.
326, that's probably decent. Maybe no shield ring. Get a little bit harder. He doesn't do that much physical damage, but I don't know what else to put on. Go more drip focused here. I don't know why I like Night Set with Drakeblood gloves and boots so much. Because the colors don't match, but for some reason I like it. But I'll probably go Night so it matches. I'm not sure though, let me look. It was Rot when we played. Yeah, it was somebody. Maybe it must have been Kai. I don't know why I like this. And I wish we could have the Night Set, though, where it was the colors of Drakeblood. I think that would look so fucking sick. I mean, this is good, too, though. Chat, I like that Vandictus alpha a lot. Like, the combat system is very, 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 very good. But that game is so badly optimized. What the fuck? Like, I want to play more of that, but god damn it. It also has a problem right now where if you do all the content in the alpha, you're, like, too strong, and there's no way to de-level or anything. Like, once you've leveled up. And you can't even turn XP off, so you're getting max level if you like it or not. And then the only boss that you don't just completely melt is Bloodlord. All the other bosses, you're just too strong and you can kill them too quickly. And there's just nothing you can do about it. There's no way to, like, use a weaker weapon or anything like that. Like, he's just sitting there. Menacingly. Dude's fighting you with a bonfire. Woo! At least there's travel time on that. Oh my god, this music is so peak. Like, this was just such an amazing way to end this series. I'm so glad when I played Dark Souls 3 for the first time, I held my level back a lot. Mainly because of PvP, because I could have leveled as much as I wanted, because I had so many souls from PvP. But I was like, I fought him at level 60 off memory, which was pretty sick. I deserve that. God, and the second he did that, I knew what was up. I knew this was like the souls of the people that had linked the fire. Fuck. Oh god, he can move it! Oh, that's the tough one. I've seen so many streamers just have no idea how to deal with this moveset at all, and they never learn, but they win because, you know, you can just nuke this guy, which is also what's happening to me right now. Alrighty then. Bonfire lit. Okay. Try that again. Spirit check, yeah. Yeah, the spirit check is real, and then there's like the what is the other form? I can't remember what weapon it is, but there's another moveset that's kind of similar to it that is really hard to deal with. That's why this guy's so tough with low weapon upgrade, like a low level, because you are going to have to know every form of his. Like the same attacks are going to come up multiple times, so you have to actually be able to deal with them. He's so cool! Dodge that diagonally. Okay, never do that again. That was not worth it. Why is his better than the bitch in Elden Ring, the second major boss, whatever her name is? Like that tracked better than hers does. Fucking backflipping. He does like the straight backflip too from the ring. Such a great reference. Darkwood Grain Ring. Can't he parry you in this form? I'm pretty sure I remember that. Yep, there it is. Oh my god, dude. That's incredible. Holy shit, power within, but I don't think he actually takes the damage because he's cheating. Yeah, this one. I remember this one is rough. Might just be the spear, I'm not sure. Dude, I love that so much. That's the Dark Souls 1 Wrath of God. Because Wrath of God is in this game, but it has a different animation. But they don't use that one, they use the Dark Souls 1. It's so good. Fuck. Why did I swing there? Oh, so that roll was the one where I was trying to not get hit, and then it just queues it up and makes you do it 30 seconds later. We really are not doing well against the caster form. Man. Oh god, this is so cool. You guys, dude, I freaked the fuck out when he did this the first time. Because he did like that leap, and I'm like, I know that move. And you can't parry him this time. Fuck. God. Straight from Dark Souls 1, man. I love it. This really is a memorable boss fight. I'm just so glad, because so many people, it wasn't that memorable for them because they had, like, their stats were so high. I'm just so glad by, like, coincidence mine weren't, and I was able to really enjoy the fight. Because, like, I remember it, like, vividly the first time I did it. You kind of see that his stats are too low though, because I'm using a non-infused weapon at +6 or +5 or something, and I'm still doing plenty of damage. And like, if you have a Dragon Slayer axe, you have so much more damage than this. I want him to do the lightning attack where you can hear like the thunder in the sky. It's so fucking cool. That's so awesome. Funnily enough though, Gwyn in the first game, if you're not over leveled and you're not parrying, I think is harder than this. Because he's just so fucking aggressive. It's hard to get like hits in. This one though, if he's got proper stats, is pretty hard too though, because of such a long fight. If you don't do a lot of damage, and it's a big fucking moveset. I would say no hitting this is probably harder, just because like it's such a large moveset. It's a lot to memorize. And just like easy to slip up and confuse two moves and things like that. But seriously, Gwyn, no parry at a reasonable level is very hard. You really shouldn't be able to punish him so much like that when he throws that, in my opinion. Like, you can really fuck him up for free there. Whoop! Man, he's so awesome. That is so much more fun to fight than fucking Elden Ring bullshit, dude. I do wish he was a bit harder, though. Like, you could definitely push that more, but... it feels so much better when bosses do attacks that have some degree of logic to them. I cannot stand the arbitrary just, oh, it looks like this, but it's actually this! I don't even remember what ending is what. I think, can you walk out in this? I can't even, there's so many fucking endings in this game. I'll probably just do this one, because this seems like the best outcome, if it's the one I think it is. Kill the Firekeeper? You guys are horrible. I thought I was the anti-waifu. Why is everyone saying kill her? Will anyone say spare her? And like, she's literally doing what you want. Okay, a few people are on her side here. Eight. If I had it up, I would actually do that. I would do 8 and let fate take the wheel, but I can't get to that side in time. You have a very small window to kill her. So some people think that the fire will return because she kind of hints at that. But the first sin is gone, maybe, but it's hard to say.
The first flame quickly fades. Darkness will shortly settle.
I love how I'm two-handing the axe. Bro. The axe makes this so,
One day, tiny flames will dance across the darkness.
Oh my god.
Like embers linked by Lord's Pass.
Yeah, like right here, you can totally kill her. And they really do that, because all up to that point I didn't have control over the character, but like right as it starts fading, you have control over the character. Like right there, you can let her have it.
Someone, hearest thou my voice still?
I'm guessing that line right there is later, right? Like it's probably like down the road. But man, this game's got a few issues. You know, it has some prototype Elden Ring in it, but overall, I love the shit out of it. That Blue Lothric Knight was the real boss of this game. All right. No New Game Plus yet. We probably will New Game Plus on this character, but like I think what I might do is off stream, I might just like blitz through New Game Plus 1, like just crush it, at least grab some slabs and shit, and then that way, and then I'll leave it, and then years go by or whatever, and we want to play this again, then we can be a New Game at least plus 2, which should be hard enough that like being level 90 and stuff won't be a problem. And like we can keep leveling, it should be fine. Because like New Game Plus 1, it actually gets kind of hard. It does absolutely get harder at the end. But the first half of it is a joke. Although I guess the first half of the game is kind of a joke anyway, and you're fighting bosses that suck. So I don't know if it matters. We'll see. Yeah, I know. Adding the Vandictus boss replay would be nice. That was I like how they did their replay system where you go to where the boss was and you interact with the thing. I thought that was actually pretty nice. Honestly, that Vandictus's optimization is crap, and the controls are kind of messed up. I think especially for Fiona, I'm really not a fan. But overall, I think the game's great. I think the boss design is quite good, and it's hard. Holy fuck! Like when you're not over leveled, when you fight that kobold chief guy, that guy was wild. Although I've noticed this. The dodge-centric characters have a much easier time. Because like Fiona seems to have the hardest time, especially because she just wants to get right up to the boss all the time and just stay there and be blocking and stuff. And then all of a sudden you'll have an unblockable. Then all of a sudden you have the one they have to get out of the way of. And like where the other characters is their natural reaction to every attack is always to dodge out of the way of it, right? Just no matter if it's yellow attack, red attack, they're dodging it anyway, right? They're getting the fuck out of there anyway. So it doesn't really cross them up. Where Fiona is like consistently like, you know, block, 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 and oh god, right? Like that's pretty hard to deal with, because even the other block character, what's her name, Delia, she doesn't block that often. You're mostly dodging, and it's such a good dodge too that she doesn't have to get crossed up too much. I was playing Lon, and I'm like, man, this is a lot easier because I don't need to be sitting there like Razor looking out for the unblockable attacks and shit like that, because I'm just getting out of the way anyway. But I do like it because it makes like the shield gameplay very interesting, like way more so than in Souls games. I've heard block gameplay is a lot better in Elden Ring, especially if you get the deflect tier, but the deflect tier is so far into the game that it's just like, ugh. Hopefully, that Vandictus game will be optimized. They got so much flack for how badly optimized it is that I'm really hoping that even in the beta that they'll probably do before the game comes out, hopefully it will run better, because it's honestly unacceptable. It is absurd. Like even the best hardware that can run it decently well, but like it barely, and you're pushing your hardware super fucking hard when you just absolutely shouldn't have to. So Lon, I do think is more fun in the original game. I mean, not so much the original game as it is now, but the way it was a long time ago, because he just had less iframes. You had to get really tight on the dodge. It was hard. Like, man, every time someone swung at you, you were nervous if you were going to get the dodge or not. He also traveled a less distance per dodge. So he was fucking hard in the original game, where he actually feels like the easiest character now. I don't know, Delia might be the easiest. Delia is actually pretty busted, but Fiona definitely is the hardest, I would say. Going with Great Shields in Elden Ring is very easy mode. Yeah, Great Shields I can imagine, because if you don't get the deflect, you can just block. But if I did deflect, I'd probably choose a regular shield. Because yeah, I do think the problem is if you use your weapon, I think you still take chip damage even with the deflect tier, which really sucks. I do think Lawn is really fun though. Like trying to work. The thing about Lawn is you're supposed to be like risky. You're supposed to like DPS until the absolute last second, try to get as much like lightning glide bullshit off as you can. But you don't have to play that way, right? You can play it safe and it's a lot easier. But yeah, I think Fiona actually feels the best in that game. She feels like the most complete character that really interacts with every mechanic in the game, right? Like she needs to block, she needs to dodge, she needs to do a lot of stuff. She kind of feels like what a Souls character should feel like, in my opinion, right? Because Souls is really going for that knight with a shield kind of thing, right? And she actually lives up to that like gameplay really well, because you're really getting in there and playing like a Dark Souls character with like roll punishing and like timings when the boss is vulnerable and not, but then you're standing your ground a lot, but then sometimes you got to roll that really key stuff. Where Dark Souls, you're like, I'm a knight and all this cool armor and I'm doing this all the time, just like it's stupid. Where Fiona is mostly blocking and blocking and smacking, and then occasionally like dodging a key thing and moving around. That just feels way fucking better. But yeah, Lonely Nose. It's kind of ridiculous. Oh yeah, that like Kobold Chief guy, he was really fun, honestly. I enjoyed the shit out of that on Fiona. That was pretty wild. Yeah, him and the Knoll Chief were really good. And then the White Tyrant is pretty good. The problem is by the time I got to White Tyrant, I overleveled him. Because I finished the base game, and then I decided to do the White Tyrant, and like you're supposed to do him at level 15, and yeah, he died pretty quick. And then Bloodlord I haven't actually done. I've watched other people do him, but I haven't actually gotten around to doing him because the game is optimized so badly. Yeah, good game. Really excited for the full thing. Definitely keep an eye on it. I'm about to like upgrade my, cause I just upgraded my GPU. I'm about to upgrade my whole goddamn rig, but I'm just like, if I did that, I would literally be doing it only for Vandictus, because no other game that I play has any problems running at all. So it's just stupid. Also, this sucks, chat. So, I have the best CPU of the 10th generation, right? Like, and the 11th generation is not an upgrade to the 10th generation at all, right? There's nothing in the 11th generation that's actually better than my CPU. But 10th generation is kind of old now, right? Now I think we're in like the 14th generation or something like that, 14th, 15th. But because like back then, you know, it was the best CPU, you know, it's held up really well. But if I want to replace it, right? Because CPUs actually don't cost that much. You can get a 14th, 15th generation CPU for a pretty reasonable price, right? So no problem. But back when I built this PC, right, the motherboard's available, right, now don't support these new CPUs. So I'd have to replace the motherboard, which is also not particularly expensive, but it is a nightmare. It is like the worst thing to replace ever. Because yeah, my motherboard just supports 11th generation CPUs, but nothing past that. So if I just want to up my CPU, I have to buy like a million other things, and at that point you might as well upgrade your RAM. Yeah, so I just replaced the power supply too, which that was horrible. God, I hated doing that. That was such a shit show. And now I'm like, if I was gonna do all of that, then and like I had to plug and unplug everything, so I might as well have done the motherboard then. But I didn't know at the time that my motherboard wouldn't support a newer CPU. I might wait a bit though, because Vandictus is the only game that's been an issue. Although streaming Mecha Break was an issue. Playing it off stream wasn't an issue at all, but streaming it was. Now with my new GPU, hopefully that won't be the case. But like I don't really need to upgrade it'd be nice if I could wait a few more years before upgrading my PC, because then hopefully I can be more tactical about what like I replace and whatnot. Because I mostly play like indie games and shit like that, so it's like whatever. I mean, laptops can be awesome. Like laptops can be seriously awesome. But it kind of like they're really good laptops that can really, you know, handle stuff. Like if you want to play, you know, even Elden Ring or something, you know, they're gonna be kind of big at that point. When I was younger, I had laptops mostly, and God, I loved it. I was very mobile back then. I had to bounce around a lot in my real life, so it was kind of necessary. But nowadays, I don't like need to do that, so I've just been regular PC. I don't think there's a lot of games look fine on low settings. I mean, who gives a shit? I don't think it's a big deal. I'll tell you what though, Vandictus, the alpha looks like ass on low settings. Like that game is just so badly optimized because like it's really stupid. For, like so, Vandictus, right? If it's on low settings, it looks way worse than Dark Souls 3. Way worse. Oh my god. And it's still way more demanding technically, like on your system, right? Like I'm literally streaming right now, which taxes your system more, and I'm playing at 60 frames per second on Dark Souls 3, absolutely no problem, no hiccups, nothing, and the game looks fine. Where Vandictus on low settings looks so much worse than this. Like holy crap, it looks bad, and it runs like garbage still. Like it absolutely runs worse than Dark Souls 3, right? It's just so badly out. And unfortunately, this is like the state of AAA gaming right now. Most games are like that. It's so sad. Like, what a fucking mess. Well, chat, we beat Dark Souls 3. The only boss we haven't done is the stupid wolf champion guy in the first DLC, but who the hell cares about that boss? It's an NPC. I don't think we missed anything else. I think we killed every boss. There's some side like areas we didn't explore and whatnot, but I mean I enjoyed that a lot. You know, there are key parts of Dark Souls 3 that I really don't enjoy. But overall I like Dark Souls 3 a lot. But there are certain like enemies and bosses and stuff that I'm just kind of like rolling my eyes at. I still believe Dark Souls 3 is the best game in this series. Yeah, I kind of agree too. It depends on what you value, right? Like, people value different things. Because I will say there are, I don't mean to insult people, but I think I have a lot of experience with this kind of thing. I watch a lot of streams, I talk to a lot of people, I have a lot of friends that play these games. I've got my chat, you know, I really, like, look into this kind of stuff I'm about to talk about, that's something that interests me. There's a lot of people that they don't know the fucking difference between, like, an honest but hard boss and a cheap boss. They're gonna die to both of them a bunch, and they're gonna memorize both of them and beat them through memorization. So it makes no difference to them. It literally makes no difference to them, right? And then so like Elden Ring is really appealing because of all the build diversity, and you can do more than R1. And I get it. That's you know, those things are big positives. Honestly, I'll see the next time I play Elden Ring. I think I could get past a lot of Elden Ring's issues that I don't like. If I don't want to deal with all the trial and error bullshit, I could use a stronger build. You know, there are things I could do. One thing that really hurts Elden Ring for me, no matter what, is like, in this game, I can just go buy firebombs. The game starts, you can buy 20 firebombs. There you go. And Elden Ring, you have to run around the map for hours collecting all of the cracked pots. And then you're not going to have the materials to make the fire pots, and you can't buy them. That's awful. Like, that's not a small thing. That degrades my experience dramatically, and especially as a PvPer, where you got to make the consumables over and over and over and over and over and over, like, you to keep using them, right? Because you have like endless content in PvP, and it's so much worse than just that, right? You have to do so many like busy work things to do just basic functionality that you should be able to do by default. It's not fun. It's not fun at all, especially on replay, right? It's just like, I don't want to have to hunt down 10 million items and do all this side, like, boring-ass content. Like, it's just so much filler, right? I want to fight the actual bosses. I want to do the legacy dungeons. You know, that's what I want to do. I don't want to do all that other fucking garbage. And it's just so inherent to the game's design. And what worries me is because of Elden Ring's success, I feel like they're the next big FromSoft game, right? Because we got things like Night Rain to hold us over and Duskbloods and all that kind of stuff. But the next big release where you're going to get, you know, like our axe is going to be good. That's all I'm going to be thinking about at first. Or you could get to invade again and all that good stuff. It's probably going to be open world again. And like, I don't like open world. It sucks. And it makes invasions really difficult. It's really hard to find people. The player base is a lot more spread out. It's just so many problems, right? It's just so much harder to just play Elden Ring and have fun, right? You just have to deal with so much downtime. And like just all the running, like holy fuck. I don't even, when I do stream it the next time, I'm not sure how I'm gonna do it. I don't know if we just put up with the filler and we just chat while we're running around on torrent. Or if maybe off stream I get like some of the mundane stuff out of the way. I'm not really sure how best to do it. But we'll see. I'm gonna wait for that Tarnished edition, and I'm curious if Night Rain is gonna make me better, because I figure the enemies that I fight in Night Rain, because obviously they don't use a lot of the enemies from Elden Ring in Night Rain, but anything they do use in Night Rain, I figure I'm going to be significantly better at whooping its ass than all the stuff that they don't. But I guess we'll see. I might have bad habits from Night Rain. I'm not sure what are we going to do next. I mean, I could play Night Rain. Obviously, there's Arknights. There's Stellar Blade. The only reason I don't want to try Stellar Blade is because I want to wait for it to go on sale, because what if I don't like it? Sekiro just doesn't interest me. Every time you guys like say Sekiro, I'm not tempted. Like, I'm not tempted. I just don't care. Like, I just do not care about Sekiro. Like, I don't want to be a weeb wearing a bathrobe wielding a katana. I just, that is so unappealing to me. He's named like Wolf or something, right? It's just fucking stupid. Like, Jesus Christ. All you do is fight very, you know, weeby enemies and stuff. I'm just so not into it. I would love to stream Armored Core, but like, it's, I don't have a controller. Like, I have my Xbox 360, and I can stream it. That capture card works fine, but I don't have a controller. I need to look if there's like, because all the old 360 controllers are super expensive, right? So I need to try to figure out if someone makes like refurbished ones or there are custom ones that aren't ass. But there's so many scams with that kind of stuff. It's insane. So hard. It is so hard to find a controller for stuff like that. You need to like know a guy in real life. Honestly, that's like the best way. I don't know why she has that dialogue every time you come here. That has been my biggest issue streaming, though. I have a hard time because I'm very picky. Like, in my own time, a lot of times I won't play video games. I'll do something else. I play video games when something grabs me. I'm like, oh, hey, I want to play that game. So it's hard for me to just find something to do to entertain chat because I'm very picky. I have standards. And then also, like, the really, really new stuff, I'm not 100% sure I can stream because of, you know, I have an old CPU and stuff. So it's very, I have a very hard time just finding something to have fun and stream. Demon's Souls would be sick. I tried to emulate it once, and it was just such a mess. It was very hard to set up. I would like to play it, though, because fuck you guys. I haven't played Demon's Souls in forever. Like, holy fuck, it's been a long time. I have a feeling, though, we'll crush the shit out of it. But it is a good piece of art. Like, the actual, like, story and environment and everything, it's Demon's Souls really is special. Might look into it, but it is not easy to emulate that game. Yeah, after playing Dark Souls 3 and Night Rain and everything, I think we would just fucking crush Demon's Souls. It's like, it's not very technically demanding on, like, there's like one boss that's technically demanding. And the rest of the bosses are gimmicks that for the most part I still remember because they're kind of like one-trick ponies. But it is a cool game, though, in terms of, like, the armor sets and everything. Like, there's a lot of cool stuff about it. We really do need an ongoing game that is good. I mean, there is Arknights, but, like, Arknights, I can only handle so much because, like, all the kids. Holy fuck. We could always play GameCube games. They're all old games that would be kind of cool to stream. I mean, I would like a game like Old School Vandictus. That would be like perfect. And the new one is probably gonna be kind of like that, but it's gonna be it has multiplayer, but I think it's even more single player focused. So we'll see what kind of longevity that'll have. But, you know, games that get updated and stuff are really nice for chat. Like, a new patch drops and it gives you a reason to talk to everybody and have opinions and stuff. I am not interested in Infield at all. Like, holy fuck no. Every time I've watched it, it just looks so horrible to me. It looks like, the combat looks fine, right? It looks fine. Doesn't look, like, exceptional, though. And then the cast is just typical Arknight stuff, which I don't like. And then it's just so much tedious crap. Like, whew. Like, man. And I think a lot of my chat is going to come around to what I'm saying right now. Because, like, Lost feels this way, too. And he feels this way because he's older. You just lose your patience for all the filler crap in video games. Right? And, like, just how you just see how obviously pointless they are. Right? Like, the base mechanic in Arknights and all the bullshit in Genshin. Like, it's nothing. It's nothing. It's just there to waste your time. It is so fucking boring. Oh my god. I cannot stand games where I have to just deal with so much stuff that isn't the reason that I'm there to play the game. I don't play Arknights to manage a fucking base. I don't care about that at all. Right? Like, if I wanted to play a management game, I would play an actual management game. Like, are you fucking kidding me? And, like, I'm fine with optional stuff, right? Even if you want to, like, here's an example. Armored Core has an emblem editor, and it's very detailed. So if you want to get in there and play Emblem Editor Simulator, you can. But you don't have to. It's completely optional. And it doesn't, like, massively degrade from your experience. Where a lot of these games, you have to do their stupid, busy work, chore nonsense. Like, if you don't do it, you're not going to be able to continue in the game, or you're not going to be able to enjoy it. And I'm just like, why? And everything I've seen about Infield is just full of stuff like that, where I'm like, why would I want to do this? Right? Like, I want to go fight, you know, enemies and bosses and stuff, right? Like, holy shit. And I'll tell you why they're doing this. I know exactly why games are doing this, and it's becoming more prevalent. It's because they're trying to do, they're trying to do less hard work. Right? Making it more enemies to, like, sustain adding new areas and new bosses, like new major content, new playable characters and stuff, that takes effort, right? And so what a lot of these games do is they make a lot of, like, filler padding bullshit that's incredibly easy for them to do to just buy time until they can put out significant stuff. But I would rather, because you'd put out significant stuff faster if you only focused on the significant stuff. It still won't be, like, you know, all of the time, but I would rather games, like, just put stuff out when it's ready and just do meaningful stuff. Especially when you're a successful game. Like, when you're a small indie game and you don't have a big player base, you can't do that. But, like, for example, if Elden Ring put out a big DLC right now, like just kidding, guys, we were working on this the whole time, it would sell millions and millions and millions, right? And, like, I am totally okay with, like if FGO only updated when there actually is a new main story. And the thing is, FGO could put out new main story chapters, or just interesting events like, you know, the Edmund event or Setsubun or whatever. They could put out meaningful content like that faster if they weren't doing so much filler bullshit, right? And, like, a lot of these games, they want you having to listen to the NPCs for hours and hours. That's why Genshin Impact won't let you skip the story segments, is because they want you wasting hours, days, before you get through the content. Because, like, that doesn't take effort for them, right? And they're just trying to keep you hooked and keep playing it. But for people like me and Lost, that doesn't keep us hooked. It does the absolute opposite. It makes me not want to play the game at all. Because I can go do something that will actually entertain me instead of listening to fucking teenagers talk about tax evasion and for an hour and a half. Right? I don't fucking need that, right? Like, thanks. And yeah, it's becoming really prevalent that games are just trying to waste your damn time. We played Ninja Gaiden 1 pretty recently. We didn't finish it, but we played a chunk of it pretty recently. And, like, I really should just buy more random games that I think are interesting and stream them, even if I don't stream them a lot. I just grew up, like, my family, like, I'm pretty well off financially now, but when I grew up, my family was very poor. And we had, like, really hard times and stuff, and I've always had the frugal mindset. And you gotta understand, when you grow up with something and it's, like, ingrained in you, you can't really, like, stop it like it's nothing, and especially when it's not a negative thing, right? Like, I've had bad habits before, and I'm like, okay, I need to break this bad habit, right? But, like, I have the habit of being very frugal and practical with my money, and that's not a bad thing. That's actually a very positive thing. So I'm not looking to break that habit. Right? But because of that, I'm always just like, this is probably going to be cheaper later. This is probably going to be cheaper later. I don't really need to buy this. I'm having plenty of fun with the games I already have. I could just go read a book. So I have so many valid reasons to not spend money on some random video game that I don't know anything about, right? Because I'm like, yeah, I could just play Vindictus, Night Rain, Dark Souls, Armored Core, Plants vs. Zombies. You know, like a list of things I could play for free, right? I could go read a book. I could go for a walk. I could go exercise. Like, I don't... So it doesn't like draw me in. That's why like when Chad brings up Sekiro, I'm just like, I don't care. I'm not even slightly tempted. And it is so ingrained in my psyche at this point that it is like difficult for me to buy games. And it is bad though, because it's like I should do it for the stream, right? But it's so ingrained in me, and in other aspects of my life, it is so useful to me that it's hard to change it. Yeah, it's a good habit. I think it's a good habit. I think the opposite is bad. Yeah, I don't want to get laxed about it because it's not a pragmatic thing to do. You know, again, if you are bored and you want to like, put money into a hobby you like, that's fine. But like I am almost never bored, right? There's so much to do in life that that's really not an issue. So I like to buy games when something grabs me. And I'm like, oh, that looks really good. Or even if it's like Elden Ring, I was it's the open world aspect. I think everyone was a little cautious about. I still want to like play it and analyze it because it's like a company and a genre I like, so I enjoy it. That's why I think, honestly, the closest thing to buying I would want to buy is Stellar Blade, just because it's in a genre I really like. So I'm just curious, like, is this game just the girl's pretty? Or, is the gameplay good? And if it is good, is it more like Elden Ring? Is it more like Ninja Gaiden? Or is it more like Devil May Cry? Which I have a feeling it's more like Devil May Cry, to be honest. Learning that stuff is fun, right? But is it worth $70? Not really. Because if I just don't spoil those kinds of things, I can just get it when it's on sale and enjoy it later, right? Where a game where you can invade, right? So there's the PvP element, right? That I'm going to buy right away, right? If a game intrigues me and it's going to have like PvP that I'm going to enjoy and stuff, I want to get in while the getting's good, right? Stellar Blade's going to be the same fucking game a year from now, 2 years from now as it is now, right? Where like the Dark Souls 3 is not. A lot of the good PvP experience you can't really get anymore. Speaking of was, fuck it, let's go invade Cathedral of the Deep. Let's see if we can get one. I don't know how much Stellar Blade is. I'm guessing it's $70 because that's kind of become the standard now. And then every once in a while they're $80. But yeah, I'm not trying to slander Stellar Blade here. Allegedly, it's $70. I don't actually know. I don't know what weapon I want to use. I guess we'll just go with this. Am I not online? Shit. I know we've been like in and out of online mode when we've played. GTA is going to be like 100. Ooh. I forgot to go online mode. Pat, are they going to charge like $90 for the Switch version of Elden Ring? I would think not, because people know, even though it's a great game and everything, it's years old, and a lot of people that are buying it already have it probably. I mean, I'm sure there are going to be 100%. There absolutely are a lot of gamers out there that are just Nintendo boys, and like they don't have a very good PC. They don't really care to have a good PC. They just use it for like emails and crap, and they just play the games that are on Nintendo systems. There are plenty of people like that. And I'm sure some of those will get Elden Ring on Switch. So the price of that will be interesting to see. We actually got invasions pretty rapidly in what was it, Duke? The library. I don't remember what it's called. Duke's, no, it's not Duke's Archives. It's Dark Souls 1. I don't remember what it's called. Lothric Library, whatever the fuck. We were getting games pretty damn rapidly there. Grand Archives. Yeah, I think it's because I just happened to be the right level range for it. I don't even know what I'm going to find funnier. is if Stellar Blade is incredibly like good in terms of just a game, like gameplay, and it's all the people like insulting it are just like full of shit, or if it'll be funnier if it's not a good game and it really is just a pretty face, and everyone's buying it because of that, because you know it sold insanely well on both PS5 and PC. So either outcome is going to be funny to me. I guess the bad ending is if it's like middle of the road, right? Like in all aspects, it's just middle of the road. I tell you what, though, I've heard the game is optimized incredibly well, and that it's sad that that's like such a boon, and like that makes me respect the devs a lot. But like no one else will fucking bother to optimize their games. Even FromSoft puts out unoptimized garbage. And like you know, Vandictus just came out with the alpha, and it's like the worst optimized thing of all time, right? It's so rare that devs actually can make shit work properly. I've like intentionally not watched gameplay of Stellar Blade because I just like to experience those things fresh, just like I didn't watch any Bloodborne and whatnot. So I figure I'll just see it when I see it. Wow, we're not really getting anything out here. This is sad. Let's see. Wouldn't mind playing my Twin Spear character. The problem with Twin Spears is they are so garbage if you're getting ganked. Like, they don't do well against multiple opponents at all. It's good against one opponent you can focus on. And you can also, they're kind of bad against like curved Am I not online? Anyway, they're bad against curved swords. No, I'm not very interested in Wukong. Same reason as Sekiro. And I did watch some of that one. And it was just eh. But dude, like, I can't stress how much I don't like playing games that are like ancient Japan, ancient China. They are huge turnoffs for me. I mean, like, fucking massive. Like, if there's one aesthetic I can think of that I don't want a game to be, it's that. And honestly, steampunk. There's a few exceptions to that, but I really don't like steampunk. I really don't like ancient Japan, China, or Korea. And I'm Korean, and I don't give a fuck. Like, it's not even I don't give a fuck. I actively don't like it. I just do not like that aesthetic. And like, I don't think monkeys are cool. There, I said it. There is some steampunk I'm okay with. It's not like all things steampunk are bad. I had to be so close to that guy to be able to lock onto him. Oh, I don't think this guy has any idea how to fight Twin Spears. That's probably good for him because I don't have any idea how to use them anymore, to be honest. God, this weapon is good, though. Oh, yeah, you can free aim these and have better, earning. Okay, now he's devolved into spamming. It's so strange having things combo in this game. Actually, I've made the mistake several times when PvPing. I only hit someone once, and then I don't remember that I can... because I think I hit him with an R1 at some point in there, and I did not hit him with the second one, because I forgot that it combos. Too much Elden Ring PvP. I love this weapon, though. It's, because if you don't lock on, you have, like, perfect rotation. Like, you can do that. Kind of hard to aim, though, because it's pretty thin hitbox. I did have Leo Ring on there. I probably should have had the Floranthe. I noticed our endurance is a bit yikes. Like, the whole moveset on this thing is good. Like, the running L1 there is good. You can roll catch with it. The running R1 is very good. Even the R2 is actually okay on this weapon sometimes, especially if someone's trying to parry you. And this move is the bread and butter of it. That's like the meat of it. And like you can really mix people up because you roll once and do this a lot, and then you kind of get them used to that, and then you roll twice and then do it, and then hell maybe you roll 3 times and do it, right? Like you can really just mind games people with that thing. Oh yeah, and even the weapon art's actually pretty good. Yeah, I fucking love this weapon. Like, it is crazy fun. What build am I doing? Sharp. Oh, this character's got some options. Yeah, 503 on Flamberge. Jesus. In 4, wow. Damn, this character can fuck somebody up. Jesus. This thing is not plus 10. Must have ran out of goodies. Oh yeah, this bad boy. This thing is a killer too. It's more of a noob killer. I mean, it can be decent at high levels of play. It's still really good at medium levels of play, but I think at like super high levels, it's got a few issues. But you can like R1 into this. Actually, I think the best is you R1 into this, and then I think that is the best combo on this thing. But you can also do this into this. But I remember you're not supposed to do the R2 part. You're supposed to do like this, I think, and then that, or some shit like that. It's got just one of the longest combos in PvP that you can do. And if you put a buff on it, a weapon buff, the weapon buff is applied every hit, so you will melt them. We'll stick with the spears for now, though. I don't understand why this place is more active than Cathedral. Maybe my level range is wrong. Maybe these days people are a different level for Cathedral. Like people coming from Elden Ring and shit. I would try to save him, but I'm not sure we're gonna accomplish that. He was definitely trying to one-phase that guy. Okay, gotta be smarter with my tracking there. This guy's just doing straight turn and burn, which is very common in Dark Souls because this game rewards being defensive, like, really well. Like, you're so advantaged if you just run away and make them come to you. I'm just gonna passively heal a bit because this guy is not gonna be aggressive at all. He's got way more healing than I do, so I gotta be smart. He seems to almost always roll after whiffing something. I'm gonna keep an eye on that. Bro, you can't just like switch to a parry shield and like, I obviously know you're trying to parry me. God, I forgot how easy it was for people to heal in this game. Jesus Christ. Always run away and always turn and burn. It's Dark Souls 3, man. I do not miss the 1v1ing in this game. Like, it's because the game just rewards being a bitch way too much. It's like ridiculous. Out of all the games, it rewards like being a bitch the most. That's why I like the PvP though when it's like, you know, 3v2 or 2v2 or whatever the fuck. When it's more chaotic, you can be more aggressive generally, like when someone's low on HP and whatnot. But yeah, holy fuck! When people have even the vaguest idea of how to PvP, and you don't even have to have much PvP experience. It's almost like the natural reaction of a lot of like noobs when they get invaded is to run away. And it's like a lot of times when I've seen, like especially when I've seen streamers get invaded, they don't actually realize like how much of a bitch they're being, right? They don't realize that Because they'll get like mad at invaders that aren't like being aggressive, but then they don't realize they themselves aren't even being slightly aggressive, right? Like I've seen that a lot. The game kind of just naturally conditions you to play that way. And like turn and burn is just so fucking broken in this game. Like that would have been infinitely more obnoxious for me if I wasn't using Twin Spears. At least like Twin Spears they're capable of getting on somebody a lot better than a lot of other weapons are. Like, if I was using a greatsword or something, holy fuck, that would have been horrible. Maybe do one more. Why is this zone so active, though? I don't get it. Like, I can't... Maybe I'll try one more in Cathedral, like... It was just bad luck, I don't know. No compass. Always rough. Alright, you can't go that way. Up. Bonfire Warrior? Yep, and that's a... What, are you AFK? Like, what the fuck? Gonna be annoying as fuck. Okay, this guy's just sitting around. Rip. Yeah, that guy's just like waiting for people and just sitting around at the bonfire. Always hate that. My favorite thing to get, which you're not gonna get this anymore in Dark Souls 3, is when like there's more than one of them, right? But then they're actually playing the level. That's like the actual good stuff. Let's see, how do I get back? Man, I used to have this game so memorized. It's so weird playing it now after all this time and like having a hard time remembering like how the fuck to get to certain places in the level. Like earlier, I didn't know where the ringed sword was. Like, holy fuck. That was really bizarre because I didn't even have an inkling of an idea of where that thing was. And then I found it on accident. And like, I don't think for 1 second I ever would have remembered where that thing was. Wait, where are my souls? Yeah, that guy's just like sniping people, I think. That's odd. I wonder if I'm getting invaded. Hold on a second. I don't think I can be invaded. I just remembered. I really, oh god, Dark Souls 3. I really shouldn't stream this game because there's a bunch of hackers that can really fuck up your computer. So I'm really gun shy about that. That's like such a thing. It's actually gotten so bad. Oh, was I already invaded? Fuck. That's weird though, because I don't think I can be invaded. Yeah, I want a PvP, but I really shouldn't. You can get like your computer super fucked because of Dark Souls 3. Like everyone's a cheater now. Like you don't see anybody play this game without cheat engine up. It's insane. Yeah, I shouldn't. I wouldn't mind, you know, doing some invasions because it's easier to get invasions over here than it is in Elden Ring, but it's not worth it. Who invaded me? I literally didn't see. I had no idea. I thought I was bugged because that's a thing that can happen. But I don't really want to deal with random invaders anyway because if you get a hacker, Bella, the normal as fuck name. But yeah, it only takes one hacker to run your file, so And that happened to me before, even before. It's really, like, really prevalent now. Like, it's really, really bad now. It's pretty much hackers fighting other hackers. But, it was right before Elden Ring came out. Some guy invaded me and fucked up my save file. And, I got banned. Thankfully, I contacted Bamco, and that they looked into it and unbanned me. I was like, thank God. that was so fucked. Anyways, chat, I guess that's it for Dark Souls 3, though. Because, you know, the PvP's alright, but, I mean, I'm not gonna get back into Dark Souls 3 PvP. Like, fuck that. I, do not have the patience for that shit at all, and, I'm not gonna play it enough. I don't really see myself playing this any more than, like, now and then every few years. But, I don't know what to stream next. I can't make up my mind. Not Dark Souls 2, I tell you what. Just woke from a food coma. Oof. One thing that really hurts, and it's because of how my community was formed. My community has no, like, consensus on anything, like, at all. So there's just like nothing chat specifically is like interested in. So like, because half my chat is interested in this and half my chat's interested in that, and then most of my chat, you know, only watches like Arknights and all that kind of stuff, right? So it's just like there's no direction. So I'm just like, eh. I feel like Ninja Gaiden I always stream a bit of, but I never go all the way through it. So I think people have seen, like, my viewers have seen enough of it. I'm not playing Bloodborne again. I regret playing it at all until it's 60 frames per second. I really regret playing it at what I did play of it at 30. I tarnished the experience somewhat. I really wish I hadn't done that. Well, the thing is, it's like, I was interested in it, and I still am. It's just that on the other hand, I'm like, is it ever going to be 60 frames per second? Because it may not. And, I will say, though, other than the 60 frames per second, I truly do not like a lot of aspects of Bloodborne. Not so much to do with, like, the enemy design, but in, like, the fucking having to go through 8 loading screens and the way you use the box and everything. Ugh, I just don't give a fuck about any of that stuff. Yeah, not a fan. In some ways, I actually think Bloodborne might end up being my least favorite Souls game, just because of how incredibly annoying it is to play. But we'll see. We didn't really play it for real, so. Oh yeah, and the PvP. Holy fuck. Dark Souls 3 PvP is bad, but Bloodborne PvP is just crazy bad. This is like blasphemy to some people, but overall, I think I like Elden Ring PvP the most. I mean, I don't know, it depends. I mean, I actually like Dark Souls 2 PvP the most, in the miracle world that, like, there is no soul memory, and, like, people have to stay at, like, level 120-ish or so. Then I think Dark Souls 2 PvP is amazing. But that doesn't happen, and, you know, you have to deal with soul memory all the time, and it's super frustrating and obnoxious, and, you know, adaptability, and if you're high level, it's just terrible, and just... But, like, Dark Souls 2 really does have the most, like, balanced and most like a fighting game PvP, right? Where you're very capable of playing in a lot of different ways. And Dark Souls 1 kind of is, but Dark Souls 1's like a glitch fest. And then I think Dark Souls 3 is the worst PvP by like a fucking mile. It is by far the worst. But it's the best when it comes to like the covenants and like the connectivity, right? Like Londo, all the different people that can join, and like 3v2s and 4v2s and stuff. Like that's great. It's the best in this series by a lot. But like the combat mechanics in 3, I think are quite bad. Where Elden Ring, I like because it's just a balance of it all. Now that being said, Elden Ring has got like password summons that are super broken, and you know that sucks. But like, yeah, overall Elden Ring is like a nice balance where like you can have a few different play styles. You can be offensive, you can be defensive. You know, it's not perfect. It has some real balance issues. Like some of the OP stuff is like way too OP. Like I get that. But I mean, Dark Souls 3 has a bunch of OP shit too. Like straight swords and curved swords and all that bullshit. Dark Souls 3's biggest problem, in my opinion, isn't even the OP stuff being so OP. It's that the game is so, like, defensive inherently. The way you get shit done is either with very specific builds or by quick swapping constantly. Like, just so much quick swapping. Like that's how you get aggressive is quick swapping, and like that's stupid, and like it's not fun. That's not like playing the game. That's playing the menu, right? I just don't. That really hurts Dark Souls 3 for me. And then Dark Souls 1, I like a lot. Honestly, I like the PvP in Dark Souls 1. I just don't like. I don't like the remastered as much because the remastered doesn't have toggle escape, which I think makes the game a lot worse. Even though toggle escape is really wonky and stupid, and it should have been like a more legit mechanic. But you know, what are you gonna do? Yeah, Elden Ring not adding covenants in the DLC was pretty mind-blowing to me. It's also the multiplayer limit, and from what I've heard, the reason the multiplayer limit is so low in Elden Ring is because of PlayStation 4. They wanted to make sure the game could be played on PlayStation 4. What I would have done if I was them is you can just limit PlayStation 4 like that or something. It's not worth it. I think it was such a... Not having the zones where you can have like 2 people on the host side and 3 or 4 on the invader side, just such a mistake. You know what's funny, and it just shows how much of a bitch most of the player base is. Whenever I would want to host in like Londo to get invaded a lot, I would either play solo or I would play with one friend. And I would oftentimes have 2 friends available, but we wouldn't do it because if we were like in Orlando and all 3 of us are together and none of us can hit each other and all the host advantage stuff, it was so easy. It was so fucking easy. And it was not fun, like, just murdering the invaders. Even though there's 3 of them and 3 of us, it was just, the way the game is set up, it's just so unfair. It was only fun if, like, it was 2 of us versus 3 or 4 of them. Like, that's what we would always do. But, like, when you invade, if you're the one invading, you would almost never run into just 2 people. You'd either run into one guy that was super sweaty, like switching and doing nothing but running away and turn and burn forever and literally never fight anyone head on under any circumstance. Or you would fight 3 people. And that's normally what it was. You'd fight 3 people and there'd be like 2 on your side, at most. And that's overwhelming. People would always do the thing that would give them the biggest advantage, right? That's just how that was. But it was still fun. It was still super fun. Yeah, the weapon levels are nice. The thing is, that didn't matter very much because unlike the other versions of the game, Dark Souls 1 didn't really have or need a low-level PvP scene, right? Like, the reason why, like, low-level and mid-level is useful in Elden Ring is because at high level, the burst damage is so high, you die in 2 hits, and a lot of people don't like that, and fair enough, right? Dark Souls 1 wasn't like that. The game was just better at 120. Right, it was just the only reason I even cared to have like a level 60 was just to invade certain zones that were active at level 60, like Sin's Fortress or something, right? But like Dark Souls 1 is just better, I think, in every way possible at 120, right? It just plays better. You don't one-shot people, right? It's fine. So the fact that like low-level invasions were really fucked up because there wasn't weapon matchmaking, who gives a shit, right? Just go level up and go do high level, and no problem solved. And like what we gained, you know, from weapon matchmaking, we lost so much more, right? Because of toggle escape and connectivity stuff. It's not great. Dark Souls 1 really was wild though, because you could be a level 20 and you could invade a level 300. And like actually in the early days of Dark Souls 1, the meta was staying quite low level. Because the upper invasion cap. What people would do is they would level nothing but vigor, use like a chaos dagger or a chaos weapon that could do pretty good damage without needing to level up. And so yeah, they'd be like level 25 or something and have nothing but health, and then have Hornet Ring, and because you could kill a 120 like that with like a good a chaos dagger or a lightning dagger or some of the other weapons too. And with Hornet Ring, and because like backstabs weren't too hard to get, especially against dummies, you just kill the 120s that way, and then you could also invade the 30s and 40s and 50s, and so, you know, so you got a lot of connectivity that way. That was the meta for a hot minute. I don't want to play Armored Core 6 for a while. I want to really let that one sit. Really enjoy that game though. Well, anyways, chat, it's enough yapping out of me. There's not too much else to do. But yeah, that's it for Dark Souls 3. I wish we could maybe invade a bit more, but like I forgot there's so many fucking hackers. I don't want to risk any of that shit, especially when you're streaming. There's just assholes out there that just look for someone that's streaming and stream snipe them, and then we'll just do stupid bullshit. Like it's not worth it. And I don't like Dark Souls 3 PvP anyway, so I don't really want to like get good again. I don't give a fuck. So yeah, that's Dark Souls 3. I have no idea what we're gonna play next time. I just got nothing. I maybe won't stream for a bit. I should play some Night Rain. There's no reason not to play Night Rain. We'll probably do some of that, and then maybe something will come to me. But anyway, I will see you all later. We will raid Cairo, who is probably not streaming, but fuck him. Peace!